Need to make a decision here on the NQ, what I want to do here.
Order filled.
I think the CL is down to 82.02. That's our next entry area. So what are you looking at and what trades are you planning today? Slum Diddy Trading asks. NQ, we're looking for up to 6. I'd said 612 to 622. But looking for a sell-off. CL, still long on that. This one in the reaction zone on the downside. Move this mic up. There we go. I'm kind of arguing with the chart here on the NQ, but this is the final line in the sand right here.
Order filled. Order filled.
What else? We're looking for I'm trading right now. Might have missed that pivot on CL. Not CL, but GC. So GC might be
Order filled.
giving up the daily RDA. We'll see that here. Not sure yet. Which is I do see a reversal there in momentum and bias on chart 2 on the NQ. See if the market's going to give me an opportunity to get out and break even. Hey, Benzomatic. It's trading view, but I trade okay and Sierra. I've been awfully patient here. Got quite a few people I need to respond to here that responded overnight. Now we had news here. Let's see what news is on deck. Down everywhere. Petroleum report already happened. We have no news. Tomorrow we have jobless claims, right? Actually, before the market opens, personal income outlays, nat gas, and the Fed balance sheet after the market closes. Employment situation, people are starting to realize that the numbers have been faked for a while.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
There we go.
Hey Rex,
Yep.
do you have any advice for trading this sideways price action? Because I feel like I get faked out quite often, and I was looking at the L. Brooks material, but it looks like it's pretty large. But I feel like I'm just struggling with this sideways price action on reaction areas.
Well, I didn't recommend the Al Brooks material. So, I mean, I did mention it, but, you know, I'm not being arrogant here, but I've distilled all the best price action stuff into the training. So if you have my training, you have all the distilled best price action training that exists out there. So the easy answer, the simple answer is you have to trade from conviction and you have to trade from one control chart. So that's really the key. The key is one control chart. Which one do you believe? Which one are you trading from? And then the other charts really, I mean, you're using the 4-chart setup, right?
Yeah.
So right now you're either everything's biased long. So if you're fading the market like I am, or I just reversed. But you're fading momentum on every chart. But it really depends. Like here, you have to trade the extremes, meaning that you can't chase the trades when you're in between two strong levels. That's the number one. The first thing you need to recognize is from a level perspective, we're in between two strong levels. So whenever you're in between two strong levels, it's every trade's 50-50, but it's, I don't know what the right word or phrase for it is. It's even more 50-50, I guess I should say, because you're not at an extreme. There's no real, literally we're between two strong levels, or we're between a weak level, which is where the RDA, if you look at chart 4, it held the RDA on the last two tests. This is the NQ, by the way. And then the next strong level is at 600. So we're not quite in the middle. In the middle would be right around 573, but we're pretty much in the middle. So when you look at it from a structure, from a larger capital flow aspect, we're in the middle of two strong levels, which, just for completeness, the level at 546, that on chart 4, and I can share this chart I'll draw these levels first. I was going to, and I might in the afternoon just actually do the actual over the shoulder trading. I guess I'll just share this in general for now. We're not in the middle of those two levels, but we're pretty close. So really the first thing is having conviction about which is your control. It's either chart 1, chart 3, or chart 4, or the daily, or maybe the 4-day. Which one is your control for the trade that you're doing? And then it's using the other charts to confirm. And it's either sticking with a trade or waiting for the next trade, the next probable reaction area, either on the downside or the upside that you trade. Is that clear, or does that make sense? It's really about being either I need to be in a trade because it's very clear where the market's going, or I need to be a patient and here's the downside reaction area and here's the upside reaction area of the next highest probable trade area or reaction zone. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. And just a follow-up question. Are you still using C2 as your entry chart, or you just stick with a control chart with conviction regardless?
Yeah, I mean,
Filled.
how long have you been in the training? If you don't mind me asking.
I mean, I kind of feel like an idiot, but I think probably a little over a month.
Yeah.
I'm about 80% through the videos. Just a little tough because I'm working full time, so I'm trying to train, and also watch the videos. So
So you're still in information overload in a way.
I feel like I'm struggling to find my edge and master my edge is
Order
where I'm
filled.
at.
Yeah. Well, it's still new to you. That's one of the first things. I mean, so yeah, chart 2 is always your entry chart. So regardless, chart 2 is the quickest chart because it's the quickest time frame. So it's always going to be your entry chart, or it's going to tell you what's happening within the other candles. So it's always going to be your entry chart. It's never your control chart. And this is an important point, actually, what you're asking here, which is having one chart be your control is the sole reason why you're doing that trade. You're doing so, for instance, if chart 3 was my control, which is the 60, I'm saying, look, the fast momentum is going to hold up. It's checked it. It's going to hold up. So then what I do is then I cascade my thinking, since I'm using, because obviously chart 3 is a 60-minute chart. So it's larger time frame, bigger true range moves, so you have to think in a kind of a larger, you have to give it a larger movement for that trade to work out. What I mean by that is if the fast momentum is going to hold on chart 3, that's a 60-minute candle or 8 minutes to this candle closing. What you really have to be projecting out is, okay, the trade that I'm in, if I'm long or I'm short, let's say you're long, what's the next 8 minutes going to do? And then what do the other charts tell me? Or whether or not that's going to be what the next 8 minutes are going to do? And then what's going to be the immediate action upon that 60-minute candle closing? Is it going to continue in the momentum up? Or is it going to go down and do another test of the fast momentum and react there as we expect and go back up? That's really the scenario that you're looking at if you were using chart 3, for instance, as your control. But when you do that, what you're doing is you're just looking for confirmation or risk. I guess not, or where your risk is at on the other charts. The other charts are either supporting the thesis that your control chart says, or they're not, or there's no clear indication, but you should be able to answer what should happen and what shouldn't happen. Meaning that, hey, this level shouldn't be closed below, or hey, on chart 2, it should, if it's going to remain long, then it better recapture momentum and it better recapture bias, and then momentum better cross over bias and better stay above bias. And then there's just times like this where just volatility has just dropped off, and you have to take time out as a factor and just look and say, okay, what are the actions? What should happen and what shouldn't happen? That's really the thing that you're consistently asking yourself. For this trade, this long trade to work out what should happen and what shouldn't happen using the rules in the system and the indicators that we use. I know I said a lot, but is that clear?
Yeah, that makes sense.
It takes a while. It takes, like anything new you learn. If you, let's say you just learn how to disassemble an engine, and that's the first time you've done it. If you've only disassembled one engine and you had help, well, and then you go disassemble an engine by yourself, it's going to be slow going. At least you understand, you have the guideline, you understand what a carburetor is, you understand what heads are, you understand what a block is, what spark plugs are, et cetera, et cetera. But you're still going to be slow going at it. But if you every week you rebuild from that point forward, every week you rebuilt an engine, you tore one down and rebuilt it yourself. After 3 or 4 months, you're going to be pretty proficient in doing that. You're going to be when you're maybe taking apart the carburetor or something, you're going to notice, oh, this shouldn't be present because this is sign that there's too much oil, or there's a oil gas mixture wrong here or whatever, right? So it's like that in trading as well. You're in the stage where you learned a new system, and I think probably some new ways to think about the market. And what you have to do is you have to build, and I talked about this last night in Discord, where the secret I have is I just have my own theory of the market that works, and I believe works. And we see it work time and time again. And I believe it with conviction. So you've got a head start because you're adopting my theory of the market, but you still have to prove to yourself that those theories are valid. You still have to prove to yourself that gravity, for instance, it works the way that I said that gravity works.
Order filled.
Some of it you can take at faith, but at the same time, you do have to look at it from a perspective of, okay, I've got a foundation here. And that's why I say day in and day out, you can't trade another man's system, and you've got to make it your own. So now you're in the path. Now you're at the point where you've gone through a lot of the training and you get from a high level, but now you have to start molding it into your own personality, how you see the market work, and adopting it so that you have the conviction to take trades. You have the conviction to actually, put capital work in the market. I feel like I'm trying to be as helpful as possible and be specific. Hopefully this is helping.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I mean, you just make it make it look so easy. I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah, you'll get there. It's like I said, for me, it's like me just clocking in. I don't I'm not saying it doesn't feel special anymore, but now it just feels like I just clock in and it's what I do. I'm just part of the market. So, but that just comes from time, and that comes from really doing what you're doing, which is having a system, not changing it and trading it day in and day out. And then, someone will look at what you're doing in the future and say, you make it look so easy. They just won't see that you basically have stabilized. You have a foundation. And then that foundation helps you interpret what the market's doing at any given time on any given time frame. That's the number one thing that you need to get to and get comfortable at. I would say what the best thing for you to do is, since you work. So I started outlining, and I've got drawings here about from job to full-time trader. Some of it's practical advice, like I can tell whether or not someone's serious about being a full-time trader by asking them usually one question, or if they really thought about it. And it really comes down to healthcare. If someone's considered healthcare, then they've actually taken the steps. They've actually thought seriously about what it takes to be a full-time trader. If they haven't, then they're just assuming that they're just going to make money and then that's going to solve everything. But they haven't actually gone through the physical steps and said, okay, what is it? What is the reality of me being a full-time trader is what I'm saying. But that's a little off track from the main point that I wanted to make, which is there's two types of jobs, and I'm be interested what type of job you have. There's a job that allows for trading, day trading, and then there's a job that doesn't allow for day trading. So for instance, and just give an example, a line cook. Let's say I'm a line cook at a steakhouse or something, and it's a steakhouse that's open lunch to dinner. If I'm a line cook, my job doesn't allow for me any trading whatsoever. I can't just pop up my phone and manage. Number one, managing your positions from a phone is something that you can do, but you do have to have certain protocols in place, especially depending on what size you're trading at. But you can do it. But being a line cook would mean that you have a job that you have no access to day trading or trade management. And then the only other job that exists is that you have a job where there's some flexibility in your ability to trade. So, like, what type of job do you have?
I'm a emergency room physician.
Okay. So, I mean, you didn't have to be specific, but so that does that give you flexibility to check in with the market and trades throughout the day?
Not necessarily. So, right now I'm working about 11 shifts a month, and it kind of varies what hours. So I'd say I could right now I'm probably putting in say like probably 8 days a month where I can trade at least in the mornings, and then Trade of Eight has the simulated market replay.
Yeah.
So I've been going back and I mean, it sounds stupid, but I've been going back and testing my system on every day that I was unable to trade to try to get in the hours to test my theory and try to. I don't know if that makes sense to continue improving the skill even without being able to trade in real time.
No, that's awesome.
So
I mean, that's exactly what you should be doing. So that's some people will say, well, I can't, so they'll limit themselves and then they won't even do that. So that's awesome that you're doing that. That's actually the step forward. That's actually the second best thing that you can do, because if you want to be a full-time trader, ideally you want to trade around the cash market. That's when the most volatility happens. Let's now, in your case, you're not able
Order
to
filled. Order
because of,
filled.
the hold on, just got filled for some things. Oh, on gold here. So doing replay mode is good because it is,
Order filled.
once again, it's one of the best ways to be able to train yourself and test the system. The challenge is, and is that for you to transition, let's say that your goal is to transition from a job to a trader, you're really not, that path really isn't totally realistic unless, and I'm getting more into the mechanics of getting there than the system, and I'll get back to the system. But for you to get there means that you'd have to save enough capital to survive, and then sometime flip the switch where you're no longer, let me manage this position to make sure that we're going to take some profit here in this pullback. I'm going to take a little bit off there.
Order filled. Order filled.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So what you're doing is you're training yourself to be in the market, but you're not transitioning yourself based on, and I'll get to the answer instead of just saying how you're not doing it. But instead of saying, okay, when can I actually trade the market? And then when do I want to trade the market? So ideally, you want to trade during the day to be a full-time trader, and to trade when the most volatility happens during the cash market, the American New York cash market, ideally. But if capital-wise and wealth-wise and lifestyle-wise, you're not able to do that, training yourself to do that without a plan to do that is good for a while, but you're not really training yourself for the battle that you're going to be actually attending. The other aspect of doing that is, okay, that's good for testing the system. I might have to reverse here, so I'm just looking to see. 1 second here. It's 11:04. We'll stick with it here until it closes above the RDA on chart 2. Instead, finding a way that you can actually trade the markets after you've done your demo, after you've got the 10 green days, but finding a way that you can trade the markets and transition yourself within the current time frame that allows you to trade the markets. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So there's two ways to do that. Is you could preset trades up. No, you could just trade when you're off work and you have time, and then you trade the markets that are open during those times. You could do swing trading, or you could do day trading where you basically
Order
set up
filled.
trades and they either work out or not, and you're doing intraday swing trading, which is difficult to do in kind of these high volatility times that we have of late. They can still be done, but it's difficult to do. So does that make sense? Am I being clear?
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, the hope is that I see more green days, and then I would transition. I don't think I'll ever actually be true full time, but I have the opportunity to decrease clinical work, and my hope is to transition more time into a trader and have that percentage flip where I'm trading more than I'm clinically working.
And you have that ability to control that.
I mean, fortunately, I am. I mean, my colleagues would think I'm crazy, but I think it's possible, and I think it's just hopefully. I think with your system, I think it's definitely possible. And I mean, luckily in my position, they don't really care how much I work, but I just have to make sure that I continue making enough to, um, pay bills and whatnot.
Well, that's sweet.
But
That actually is, so number one, it's more than doable. There's no question about whether or not it's doable. It's doable. Uh, and you actually have the best situation and a better situation because you have the ability to be flexible with your ability to actually make that happen. A lot of people don't, right? A lot of people, their job says, look, if you're doing this clinical stuff, we need you here 38 hours a week, minimum. But if you have that flexibility, that's awesome, because then that means that what you're doing is actually can be done, because basically you train yourself to trade during the actual markets, and you're just going to slowly transition your time. 1 month you might say, okay, instead of working 5 hours at my job, I'm going to take those 5 hours, not going to work them, but I'm going to trade the market. But by then you've already had your green days, your 10 green days. You already trust the system. You've done the the demo trading and the actual replay mode, and you're just showing up in real time. So that's actually a great path forward.
yeah, thank you. I mean, seeing your P&L, I mean, I know it. I don't know if it sounds shameful, but seeing your P&L is encouraging. So I'm like, it can be done. I know it can be done. So I think, yeah, I'm just trying to keep pushing forward because I feel like I had similar um, obstacles trying to like get into medical school and whatever. But I'm hoping the same determination and perseverance will continue improving myself as a trader and hopefully get to, a fifth of your level, and I'd be content.
Oh, will. And I'll just share. So for me, how I transitioned, I had a business, and I had I I had to work in the business. So I had a business. It wasn't running itself. I still had to show up every day. I did have a team. But I needed that income to survive, and I couldn't hire a manager to run the business. I could have, but then really I would have had to do something else to be able to survive income wise. That income needed to go to me. And I was losing interest in the business. But what I did is, it's just like anybody that has a job,
Order
is
filled.
that I told my team, once I got to the point where I said, hey, this is something that I actually can reliably and consistently pull capital. My system was down. I said, look, I'm going to trade the first hour of the market. So my team, I told my team, I can't be in, you can't reach me between 9:30 or 9:15 and 10:15 or 10:30 New York time. And then you can't reach me the last hour of the market. So I turned off my phone, turned off my email, turned off everything. Team couldn't get in touch with me at all, no matter what happened, what was blowing up. And I traded. And then that's how I transitioned out of being rely upon a job, but which is really my business and full-time trading. And then after doing that for a while, a couple months, I was outstripping my income that I made in the business in 1 or 2 days for a whole month. And then it became very obvious.
Get the system down while you were like working and getting your working at your business and
Well, I've always been someone that is fanatical, but the only regrets I really have in my life, and I've shared this before, is that I've been an entrepreneur since I got on the military when I was in the early 20s, my early 20s, or a consultant. So I've kind of always worked for myself. I've been in real estate, other stuff. And so I was, if I wasn't focused, my mind wasn't focused on my business, then it was focused on trading when I was doing this transition, for instance. So I neglected my family as far as family time and being present uh, to get there. That's the only thing that I really regret from really, if I were to say, hey, how would I do it differently? Is that, like, for instance, my daughter was did get up every day and make breakfast for her and walk her to the bus stop or take her to the bus stop
Stop field.
for school. But, my mind would be either if, what I was doing before we left or focusing on what I had to do as soon as I got back. And that was my life. So that's kind of how I transitioned through that. I am a type of person too that just when I get interested
Stop
in something,
field.
I get fully passionate and I kind of dive in head first and have to consume as much data and information as possible. And overdo it. So I
Stop
do
field.
overdo it.
Stop
So,
field.
and I guess what I'm trying to say is that the benefit you have above what I had is I couldn't find anybody that had as succinct of an understanding of the market and how it works to use as a foundation of my training or of my trading. I had to figure out much of what I know is borrowed from other people, but a lot of it is really just saying, hey, how this person describes the market. I don't know if their term is true or whatever, but that's kind of true, but that doesn't work out the majority of the time, or it only works out sometimes. And so, benefit is that I didn't have a starting foundation. I had to piece together, 10 to 12 different philosophies to come up with a unified theory of the market. Does that make sense? Where,
yeah, it's just incredible.
yeah, I'm not trying to be arrogant, but you have the benefit of a unified theory that is, I would argue, 80% there on the market. And now it's up to you to make it your own based on what you
Order
see
filled.
the market does and how your personality works, how you like to trade, how you like to take risk, how you like to scale into trades, how you like to manage trades. All that stuff that I can't imbue into you. I can philosophize about how it works and give you a general philosophy and a general outline to how it should work. But I can't be there on a psychological level, so that you have
Order
conviction.
filled.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes 100%. I
Order
mean,
filled.
yeah, that makes complete sense. I mean, I'm hoping to take a course with your nephew. Hopefully, he can give me some because I mean, your Discord's been like super helpful. There's just a few things that I think you like answered that were like really like the spark went off. So I'm hoping just to pick up more elements to my system that take me to the next level. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I think from what you're saying, it sounds like it's just a lot of putting in the time, trading your system, trading your edge, and then refining your system through hours and hours of trading.
Yeah, nothing beats going to the market and journaling, and then, you know, but doing it in a way where, see, you've got, however you refine the system, you have a system that's not changing. So you're going into battle every day with the same gear, and certain gear is going to break. Certain gear is not going to be reliable. And you'll learn what gear is reliable and what gear isn't reliable for you, what gear is reliable, and you'll learn which gear you like, so that's something that can't be, well, while can be explained and could be put into your mind through training, it's something that experience has to give you because it's just the way it works, right?
Mhm.
So you're on the right path. I mean, it's frustrating because you want it to happen yesterday, and you get all the concepts probably, right? You have a good grasp of, at a high level. Okay, I understand it. Or would you say that? Would you say you understand it more than you did a month ago?
Certain concepts, like your videos about developing your edge, were like super helpful. So I truly believe my theory, but in terms of like the like certain concepts that relate to my trading, I understand very well. But like key level to key level is something I struggle with and something I need to work on. And managing my trades is something I need to work on. So I know there's various areas of my trading that need work. But I'm hoping through journaling and whatnot. But I think the battle is fighting for time because there's so many things pulling, as you know, like I don't know, like my fiance was like, oh, like, you're trading all the time, you're not helping around the house, and this is, I don't know. So it's difficult to fight for the time and like establish like this is something I'm passionate about, something that I see a potential like better future. So it's difficult to fight for that time, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm going on a tangent. But.
No, you're not. You're actually making complete sense because it actually, that's the thing. So what is different about what you're doing compared to, you really have a couple options, right? You want to be a trader, you have to either join a bank or a hedge fund or a prop firm, or I'm talking about an individual, your exact situation. You'd have to do that. And if you did that, then you'd have kind of a job, and then the people around you would support you more and say, okay, you're going about it the right way. They would at least say that you have a little bit more credibility. Or you have to go complete cowboy on your own and figure out everything on your own and ignore everybody else and just kind of button down and figure it out. Or the other thing was what you've done, which is find someone that resonates with you as far as thinking, or you feel that can give you a leg up to get to the next step, and then utilize that knowledge and then mold it into your own trade system.
Stop field.
That's really the path. So you're going down that path. So the interesting thing is that this discussion that you're having is actually the reality that anybody that's on the retail side or that's looking to be a trader, well, I'd say 99% of the people that are in Discord or following me or YouTube, whatever, are facing. They're in the same situation. So these relationship issues, the belief issues, these other issues, they're actually realistic aspects to actually you making it and you being successful, because it's stuff you have to psychologically and physically deal with on a daily basis. Is that, I get it 100% where, and this is where, what was why one reason why I haven't done this job full-time trader is because I realized half of the training is talking about these type of things, which is the family aspect, which you would say, okay, well, what does that have to do with the system? What does that have, really, how does that play even a role? Well, it actually does, because at the end of the day, if your relationship with your fiance is not great and it's consistently, and she's I don't know, she or who they are consistently feeling that they're being neglected, or that you're not keeping up your side of the bargain of the relationship, there's going to be a consistent strain there. And that consistent strain is going to carry over into your psychological mood when you go and approach the markets, because it's very hard to go from an antagonistic relationship to shutting the door in your office or your area. If you're fortunate, you have like an area like me where when you shut the door, you can't hear anything else in the household, you know, and you're far enough away from everybody that you're kind of closed off. But if you're not fortunate in that psychological baggage, and I'm not saying it's not, I'm talking about it from a negative aspect, but from a trading aspect of you being zen into the mindset of focused on your trading, going from an antagonistic, I have a problem with my people that I love and I care about, to then focusing on actually trading and having your mind be free and empty and trading is actually a realistic thing that you have to deal with to get you to the path, to the next step you want to go to. Would you agree?
Yeah, yeah.
So, and the challenge is that where does that fit into talking about indicators and charts, right? How does, but it's actually one of the deciding factors of whether or not you're going to make it through your trading journey, is that how do you navigate that? Uh, and I mean, my advice is you have to actually put that first. And then, because if you don't put that first, unless you have the ability to completely block out whatever's going on within your relationship out of your mind when you're sitting down in front of charts, it's going to negatively affect you. So, really, you have to find, okay, I know my end state, I know my end goal. Now, how do I be the rock? It actually takes a lot of strength on your part, because you have to say, how do I be the rock and how do I be the foundation of this and still achieve the goals that I want to do, and perform the duties I need to perform as a partner in this relationship, whatever relationship it may be. Could be family, friends, sibling relationship, parent relationship, fiance, stuff like that. So, that's one of the, it seems like it's off track. It's really not off track at all.
Yeah, yeah, that makes total sense. I mean, I feel like a lot of it's just selling her my dream and then sticking to it. And then, I mean, luckily she's supportive, but I mean, thankfully I have a little bit of experience with it where it took me years to get into medical school and no one really believed in me at that time. And only I believed in me. And I just kept working and working. And eventually I was successful. And so I'm hoping the same perseverance um, will work in trading, which I suspect it will. And I'm hoping my partner continues to be supportive. But I think a lot of it is sharing my dream with her that, look, this is not a hobby. This is like my life that I'm trying to improve and put us on a better path financially. And so, yeah, I'm trying to make that dream come true through this. But yeah.
No, I think we all struggle from that. I think where you'll have to decide is how much of that do you put energy into, and this is going to sound bad. How do I word this? How much do you need to invest in the relationship for them to feel supported, feel loved? And so that you can focus on, and how much do they really, this is something I had to learn firsthand. How much do they really care outside of how much do they just need to feel what they want to feel to be happy so that you have a healthy relationship? I know I'm sounding like a psychologist now, but that's every person that is going down this path that has loved ones in their life where they have to deal with what you're dealing with. They have to figure out that balance. I think the easier answer is if you have someone that, I'm fortunate too. I have someone that tells me, I don't care how you make money as long as it's legal and it's consistent. You tell me you're going to make it and then it comes in and it's legal. I don't care what you do. So and she said, I'll support you. And she has supported me through everything I've done because I've kept my end of the bargain. So I've been fortunate in that aspect. But the second that I didn't keep my end of the bargain, then, it starts having a problem. The second that I say, hey, yeah, I can guarantee that every month I'm going to give you, or I
Stop
will
filled.
contribute X amount to the finances, right? The second that I don't do that is the second that challenges become a challenge. But so that was my personal, I didn't have much, outside of, and, but they can only, if you go hardcore and don't spend time and quality time and not present when they're around, people can only put up with that from you for a little while. After a while, it becomes, they're just getting a shell of you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know I'm talking way
mean-
beyond just trading, but it's the reality of what it takes to kind of get to the next level.
Mhm. Yeah, I feel like I'm like a turtle. It's just that every day I make small improvements, and I feel like even if I went balls to the wall, it's not like trading. I'm gonna become you tomorrow anyway. So this is probably gonna take years of hard work, and so that's the way I approach it anyway. That eventually, over years' time of consistent hours put in, this will pay off.
I would say that, yeah, and I'm not one to. That's a good attitude to have, actually. I would say someone with your attitude, though, it's not going to take years because you're going to be. The thing is, most people, and if you're not doing this, most people, well, you've already proven it by, I don't know the story of you getting into medical school. You obviously got through medical school, so you had you had a lot. You've already overcome a lot of hardships that people in your life just didn't see possible for you, but you saw it and you saw it through. This is the same thing, like exactly what you're saying. It's the same thing. The difference is that it's only you, and you have to build your own feedback machine. Like that's why journaling is so important. And it feels like that you're just making these little, if you look like at a measuring stick and you're just making these little tick improvements, but that's compounding. The thing is that the improvements that you're making are compounding improvements.
Stop filled.
Where at the end of 2 months, instead of a one tick movement, the movements between your experience and your understanding and you getting to your are no longer a one tick movement. Each daily movement is 2 ticks. And then after a little bit of while, each daily movement is not just 2 ticks, it's 4 ticks. So it's a compounding movement if you just stay focused and just put your head down and just say, okay, I know it's possible. Now I just need to figure out what works for me within the confines of the system.
Right.
I would suggest one of the things is that, get good at reading chart 4 and using chart 4 as your structure. I call it the structure of the market. So just get good at using chart 4 would be one thing to first adopt.
Really? Because I've been like obsessed with C1 and using it as my control chart and all my setups, but
Stop field.
I'll start studying C4 then. And
Stop field.
Yeah, so C1 is a 5-minute chart. And yeah, you can it is a good chart. It's also one of the most used charts out there in trading. So obviously a lot of systems have the 5-minute chart as part of one of their charts. The difference with chart 4 is that chart 4 is takes time out as a factor. And you probably heard me say this before and in the training. You're seeing the actual capital flow of the market in chart 4. And capital can't hide on chart 4. Levels are almost gold on chart 4. The reaction zones are pretty solid on chart 4. You'll see on chart 4 when you get better at going at identifying strong levels and weak levels. And if you haven't gone through this part of the training, I can send it over to you directly. But identifying weak levels and strong levels on chart 4 will really be you'll know the upside and the downside targets that the market wants to get to by just knowing
Stop field.
the strong levels. So for instance, if you look at chart 4 right now, this is actually this is actually a really good example. I'm going to send this over. I'll put this in general. Market just sold off the NQ and I was in this trade. When I've been taking profit was up about probably 22 grand at one point, but so
I'm not distracting your trading, by the way.
no,
I
I've been
don't
trading
wanna-
this. I've been trading this whole time.
Okay.
Stop field.
That's what I'm scared of. Is I know your time's valuable, so I don't want to.
No, I've been. No, this has been a good. I mean, it's a good conversation. At least I think it's good. I think it will help. I think it's helping a lot of people. But I'm so where the market just turned there on chart 4 is a weak level. It's a weak level because if you look left of the chart, your strong level really is more prominent. Your strong level on the downside is right around 454. But this is why I'm saying get good at using chart 4, because in markets where you have the ability to have tick charts in a chart 4, that move there, if you would, so I was shorting down to that move. That's where I took the majority of my profits, is right around 5116. But but look at the move from that level, from the level of 5114 or so, 5117 or so. The market went from 5117 or 5119 all the way up to 542 in the matter of 1123 in a matter of 7 minutes. That's the power of chart 4 right there. There's a
How did you know that's a level? 5519.
well, I'll send you that specific training, but once you get good at identifying levels, then the market moves levels to level.
Yeah, I feel like I'm trash at levels, and it's something I struggle with, honestly. I need to look at the training videos again because I feel like it's
Order
something
filled.
I get
Yeah.
confused. I'm like trying to use Fibonacci retracements, trying to use support and resistance. So I feel like I struggle to figure out what or how to determine important levels.
No, don't. I mean, you can use Fibonacci. Here's I'm going to send you directly. Well, I'll share this actually in the Alpha Den. Generally do this. So here's the 2 pages. There's the levels pages, and then there is the advanced levels training.
Here is the level and candle rules
Yeah.
section of your. Okay.
And then the advanced levels training. And then any questions that you have after going through that, ask in the den. And then if it's not succinctly covered, I'll of course answer it, or I'll do a bark on it, or I'll do a quick video. Or if you still have questions from identifying a strong level or what a weak level is, but there's more than, I mean, there's on the advanced levels, for instance, there's 60 minutes. There's about 100 minutes of video training there, plus video, plus images, and kind of explaining how to identify the levels.
So that's your theory of the market, is that the market goes from strong level to strong level.
Yeah, it absolutely does. So, I mean, there's really only 3 ways to look at it. And I mentioned this last night, which is you either believe that the market goes from a pivot to a pivot, so pivot high to pivot low. And then how do you identify those pivots? Okay, that becomes a challenge. Or you believe that the market moves from strong level to strong level, which is my more I believe in the pivot theory, but I also believe more in the strong level to strong level because day after day, you can see me trading it and trading it relatively successful. Or you believe that the market moves from value range to value range, meaning that the market has a range of value and then it moves from value range to value range. Those are the only 3 ways to think about how the market works. There's no other way. There's no
Really?
Yeah. See the difference between me and a lot of other trainers out there and a lot of other stuff you probably see. I'm not tooting my own horn. I'm not being arrogant. Is that I distill things down into truths, meaning that there's only 2 type of trades you do: fade or momentum. There, that's it. You don't have to worry about any other ones. What determines a fade or momentum trade determines what control chart you're on. So if you use, for instance, chart 1 as your control, and during and when you're executing that trade and your thesis of the trade is that that trade is with the momentum and the bias of the market, then that trade is a momentum trade. If and you could say, well, on the 60-minute chart, though, it's a fade trade. Yeah, of course. But that's but your control chart is what actually decides you actually trading with conviction and putting your capital at work. So that's what matters as far as whether or not that trade works out and how you evaluate and how you manage that trade. Same with there's only, and I mentioned this last night, there's only 4 styles of trading, 4 time frames of trading. Only 4. There's day trading, which is where you basically go flat during the day, and that's what you see me do primarily on streams. There's short-term swing trading, which is under 12 months. So it's basically you get into swing trades, which I do. And my average swing trade, I think now is 68 days. Average profit is, I think 34.7% or something. I just did the number. That's why I know it. And then there's long-term swing trades, which is over 12 months. And then there's portfolio trades. These are the only 4 type of trades that exist. And I don't care if you're trading options or whatever else, however you're experiencing it. If you're buying gold, however you're putting capital at play in the capital markets, there's only 4 time frame trades. There's day trading, 2 types of swing trades, and portfolio trades. And portfolio trades are things that you maybe want to own for life, things that pay dividends. The only other thing that goes on top of that is hedging, where you basically say, hey, look, I have a portfolio of gold stocks, but I think gold's going to go down in the next 6 quarters. So I think these stocks are going to take a hit. Well, I'm going to hedge that position by doing some hedging, maybe some ETFs or, some whatever you're doing, however you want to express that. So I use that example because what I've done and is much different than a lot of things I see out there, because I basically say, there's only 2 types of trades, and there's only 4 timelines of trades. So, and then the system doesn't change in any of those. It's just the time, it's just the way the charts are set up and the charts that you use. And maybe I will say this, with longer term trades, some fundamentals and maybe 1 or 2 other indicators play a role. Other than that, it's all the same system. But I distill things down to this is the, I mean, do you get that feeling or does that not come across?
That, yeah, that there's certain concepts that you believe in and that your entire system revolves around, and you trade those with conviction.
And I think are right. So I would say almost truths. Not to be arrogant, just truths, because, and I try not to use fancy words like liquidity pools or stuff like that, because I don't know what the hell a liquidity pool is. But so I define things based on how the market moves and then try to either use a term that is already out there or adopt a term based on how the market moves based on just looking at charts. That's all. No other information. Sit down and
I guess I struggle with
go ahead.
the system, putting all the pieces together, because I feel like and I'm probably incorrect, so I'm glad that we had this conversation for multiple reasons, but my whole theory, which I was trading day in, day out for the past week, has been that momentum, whatever momentum
Order
is,
filled.
whenever it comes across a major reaction area, it's going to continue in the direction of the momentum. And I feel like it's good, but it's not. I feel like I'm missing something really important. So I struggle with putting the momentum concept with the key levels and trading those in sync. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it does make sense. And so that's why you're on the right path as far as saying that, the traditional word people use is trend, but
Order filled.
we use momentum,
Order filled.
which is you assume momentum's going to
Order
hold
filled.
until it doesn't. And when momentum doesn't, so that's why, like yesterday, actually every day this week, trading momentum, except for a few times, now there's been switchover time. So there's been a switchover in momentum here. It went from momentum long so for instance, chart 4 went from momentum and bias long to now it's momentum and bias short. And it's deciding whether or not it actually wants to go down to the next level, which is the next level is 486 or 464 to 458. That's the next level down on chart 4. So looking at that, that's why momentum and bias is specific to the chart that you're looking at. And then the other charts have their own momentum and bias state. And then based on that, you either take a trade based on, do you want to fade that move or do you want to go with the momentum that the chart's telling you? And then there is the aspect of looking at the story of the chart and saying, okay, within the context of what the chart has done and where it's at relative to this day and the other levels. So for instance, a good example is the NQ right now is flirting with testing the day open for the NQ, which is right around 513. So it hasn't tagged it yet, but knowing that that level is below the 513 level is important in your trading because you know it's an important level, the day open of the NQ. So it hasn't been tested yet. It's a reaction zone. It's a target. Now that chart 4 has switched to momentum short, chart 2 is staying momentum short and bias short. Well, our first level is that 513 of the daily level. And then if you go to chart 4 and you say, okay, well, where's 513 comparatively to where the strong levels are? Well, that aligns pretty closely with the strong level in chart 4, but that's already been tested. So this will be the second test of this strong level. Looks like it's going to break. Our next zone that we need to be concerned about from there is 548,550. That's the next. It's actually a weak level, and you'll get this when you go through the training. The weak level is right around 485, 484 on chart 4. That's
Yeah, I
our
see what you're
target.
saying.
Huh?
Do you ever use ATR bands as levels, or that would be the more so reaction areas than levels?
You mean, yeah, those are don't look at them as levels. Look at them as reaction zones. And if I send over to you right now chart 4, and I'll do this in the general as well. Look at something interesting there. See that second yellow line where price has just breached? And then see right around 47850 on chart 4.
Yeah.
You notice how the second band, the second lower band of the RDA aligns with that level as well.
Yeah, I see that.
So that's what we call congruency, meaning that, hey, two of our indicators in our system, a weak level, a level, and an extreme band of the RDA align in the same price zone. Okay, those are two things that are telling us that, hey, that's probably a potential target. Now we're just breaching the daily open. So that's another thing on the NQ. But you notice we're going for that next level. So it might not get there just because this is why trading is hard, because right now it just breached the daily open of the NQ, and it's the first time it tagged it. So it's going to have a reaction. So that reaction might not, the reaction might be that the daily open is going to hold and it's not going to get to that level.
Mm-hmm.
But you can, I don't know if you can see, I'm already short in the trade anyways. I'm in 20 lots of about $5,000.
Mm-hmm.
So
20 lots.
yeah, so I was already trading this with the expectation. I was already trading what we were talking about in real time. I was already entered the position, already short, focusing on the next level. You know, for me, like I said, I see these levels. I do it second nature. I'm reading the momentum of multiple charts. I'm looking at them. So while we were talking, I was trading. I was setting up for this trade. So I'm still, based on everything I see now, the target of 485 is still on deck. Looks like it's still in play. But what's happening right now with price action as we speak is this is the time where it touched the daily open on the NQ. It's a reaction zone. The price action that we're seeing right now is a reaction to whether or not the market wants to hold the daily open of the NQ. That's the price action that we're seeing right now. So it looks like it's going to fail and go down to the level that we've earmarked. And you did get a chance, if you weren't in that trade, to buy that pullback, or to sell that pullback, I should say.
So you're more so you're targeting these levels. You're not, because I was setting ATR bands as my targets, and I feel like that's incorrect.
Yeah, that's incorrect. I mean, you can use them. They're generally, you don't want to use them in the way that you're describing. They're more as a additional. They are helpful, but I wouldn't use them as targets, because you either believe, like I said, like the three ways that the market moves, right? Which we believe that the market moves from level to level. So that's the foundation of our trading. And here's the other thing about levels. Every chart you can apply that philosophy, meaning that chart 2, the small tick chart, you can apply the level to level philosophy. chart 1, you can apply the level to level philosophy. Every chart you can apply. So that's the foundation of your trading philosophy. Looks like we're going to get there. Might fall short, but it looks like it's going to get there. The other level below that is 462. And then there's the strongest level on the chart that was all the way back on 830, which isn't that long ago, is 455. Now, when you overlay this too with also what's on chart 3 tells us that the strongest level that exists at this point is somewhere around 465. So that's what chart 3 tells us. So hopefully what I'm sending over your way is making sense. How your primarily for this trade, I've been using chart 4 as my control.
Stop filled.
I haven't even looked at chart 1 to confirm
Stop
that.
filled.
I should have.
Stop filled.
Because we do have the opening range low right around 489.
Stop filled. Stop filled.
I just got knocked out of that trade completely. Good profit though. I'm going to start
Order
getting
filled.
back in. So I'm going to sell all the way up to the RDA, which is right around on chart 2, which is right around 523.75.
Order filled.
Because
You think the C4 is going to go back up to the RDA?
no, I'm talking about C2. Well, no, you're right. C4 would be, C4 is in an interesting situation because your momentum short and the RDA is right in between both momentum indicators. So you are seeing a possible changeover, but based on what I see and the time, it's 11:51. So we've got 9 minutes before the next candle. I could see the 5 minute coming up, testing up. If you look at C1, see, this is where I'm using C4 and C1, but more C4 is my control. But C1 correlates, and you can see the RDA and the fast momentum is right around 528. So you could see the market come up, test 528, and then sell off from there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mention this before, I do. This has been, hopefully you found this conversation helpful. I do appreciate you. I appreciate, because I've been wanting to talk about a lot of the things that you've been asking. It's just sitting down and either doing a video or doing a podcast on it or something. But then having someone that actually can ask the questions and respond back actually helps a lot in discussing these things.
No, I mean, I really appreciate it. I just honestly feel stupid talking to you sometimes because I feel like I'm not anywhere close to your level to have like a good conversation. So I've been a little nervous to I guess ask my questions, but I'm glad that you found them helpful as well. I just thought they would all be stupid. So
Oh no, there's no. I mean, one of the things that when you become an alpha, I look at it more as a peer relationship. I know it doesn't feel like it from your perspective, but I look at it as a peer relationship as far as we're kind of in the same club, we're adopting the same thinking, and we're in this together with the same mindset, meaning that we're speaking the same language. Yeah, it's a language that I developed, but you've agreed to kind of speak the same language. So I relish the conversations because you've self-selected yourself to kind of be in the same thinking as me and the other people that are alphas, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I want to say thank you, both of you. This has been great listening to, and I hope it continues, but I just wanted to put it out there. Great questions and really valuable stuff to listen to.
I appreciate it, Jules. Thanks.
Yeah, sorry to tell you my life story, I guess, on the Discord, but you seem like a good guy, so.
No, all good. All good. I appreciate it. It's That's the thing that is interesting about kind of where we're at in trading, is that it really is, it's a combination of being a professional trader in air quotes and us trying to be traders, or not trying, us being traders. But then because we are not associated with a prop firm, a hedge fund, or a bank, the things that we have to deal with and overcome and kind of develop is there's it's personal and private, or it's not, it is private, but a lot of it, everybody's dealing with those private issues and they're not talked about, I think, enough. Because, and that's one of the, I don't know if you saw much of what I shared last night, but I did start with, someone in the den asked about additional training, like or price action training, if I recommended any. And I'm not hiding any
Order filled.
like other training or other people.
Order filled.
It's just that I believe that I've
Order
distilled
filled.
all
Order
the
filled.
training I've gone through over the years, all the books I've read and everything, into what I think is the best starting theory for the market. That's what I believe. So, like Al Brooks, that's someone I've mentioned. Al Brooks stuff is great. It's just you've got to wade through hours and hours of Al Brooks talking before you get to
Course
gems.
is
Huh?
over 100 hours long, and like, I don't know. I mean, he seems like he knows what he's talking about, but I'm like, I don't want to change course. I feel like this system is the way. So I don't. The only thing is, like, if you were to say, "Hey, this is how you improve," is to go watch Al Brooks or go read all his books, I'll
Yeah.
do it. But I don't necessarily want to like adopt a different system per se. Like, if that makes sense.
No, and what I'm saying is that because of the fanatical nature of how I approach things and the amount of training and stuff I've gone through, I've spent over $50,000 in training. I've read over 300 books on trading. One of these days I will pull out my I will do a video with all the notebooks that I have of notes. It'll probably make me look like an insane mad scientist person, but I just have notes and notes and notes. I mean, I went through, I took the top 300 indicators of TradingView, and then I went through every one of them and basically have a notebook on every one of them. Changing values, looking to see if there's any value there. Using it the way it was suggested, using it opposite the way it was suggested. So that's why when someone asks me that, I don't want to send someone down a path where, hey, you're putting yourself backwards, because I do believe that I've distilled the thinking of, let's say, the majority of concepts out there in trading into what you see here as the system. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense.
So some of the price action stuff that I teach is a direct result of being inspired from what Al Brooks teach. They say
Yeah,
good.
some of the stuff you say is similar to some of the stuff. I mean, I'm not familiar with his stuff anyway, but like always in, I thought was a term that Al Brooks referred to. So I thought that was interesting.
That's interesting. I didn't know that. Maybe I did borrow. I mean, borrow is a nice way to say steal, I guess, but maybe I did borrow the
I
always
don't know
in.
enough about it, but I think he makes mentions to things like that. So I thought that was interesting that
Order filled.
he must have some influence from Al Brooks. But I don't know.
Well, one thing with Al Brooks, that why I mention as an outlier, is because he, like me, believes the charts, and what he teaches is to go bar by bar, and he teaches specific times and pivots and other stuff. I mean, he teaches a lot of stuff. That's the problem, is that
It's too much.
it is too much. And So, when I decided to actually like create a training for my system that I trade, I said, okay, I can't overwhelm, even though it still is overwhelming, but I have to distill the top knowledge or the top theories that come into a unifying theory that someone needs to know in order to understand how the market works to then trade it and develop their and apply their own system, which is derivative of the system. But that's how I approached it. So I took all the stuff that I had went through and I said, okay, well, I didn't consciously do this. I didn't consciously say, hey, so and so believes in this theory of the market, like value channels, for instance. I read that in someone's book years ago, and I don't remember whose book. I probably could find it. It's a
The 5-minute trader. I think it's that guy.
okay. So I'll have to look
I
it up.
haven't read it.
So value channels is something that I use. I trade with, especially in the longer term and portfolio trades. The value channels play a huge role in how we trade that strategy. But I didn't come up with that concept. I didn't come up with the concept of how to develop a value channel. I just adopted it and then started using it. And then now people that are that like you that are an alpha that are in the training, basically you get the benefit of me having read those books. Probably if that person had training, probably bought their training, went through the training, and then tried to trade it and then realized, okay, here's the things of that work, and here's the things of it that don't work, and here's the things that you should pay attention to. So that's what I've done with every concept that's, in the training, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, that's like thousands of hours, and not to mention the money aspect too. That's cut down. That kind of distilled and provided a workable system that I feel like I just need to, once I understand the system better, then I want to put it to work and master it, I guess, in the markets.
For sure. And and I know I even can, my stuff can be even overwhelming. But I think one of the differences, I do show up every day. And one of the things I had to grow into is realizing that my role is to reinforce the things, the theory every day and approach it from different angles. Like, I assumed if you went through 80% of the training that you would have understood levels and how to draw levels. But listening to you, and it's obvious that you are missing one of the core foundations of how the market moves and works. And that's either through
Yeah, I think there's concepts that I struggle with that I don't know. Like I took a truth you said about momentum and I just ran with it and I said this will be my edge. But I feel like I need to, I'm missing parts of the system that are critical, so I need to learn levels well, it sounds like, and then
I guess look at
so
it this way. I'm sorry to break in, but look at the world that we inhabit, the physical world, right? We have gravity, we have electromagnetism, we have light. We could go deeper down the rabbit hole of what we have that we understand. But and some of those things you would think are more like gravity might be more important than others. But at the end of the day, do we really know? But we have an understanding of how the universe works that we can actually reliably mathematically go out there and say and predict things on the universe. Well, of course, we come across things that don't fit that model, which is just like trading. But in the universe, we can look at stars, we can look at galaxies, we can mathematically predict a lot of things, and that's based on our understanding of these theories of gravity, these theories of electromagnetism, these theories of how light works, these theories of how light travels and sound travels and all this other stuff. But none of those theories are more important than the other. They all combine into one universal theory of our understanding of the universe. It's the same way with what you're doing with trading. So momentum and understanding that is important. Understanding bias is important. Just as understanding how to read the charts from a level by level basis is important. Those are all they're individual theories, and at certain times, depending on how you're trading the market or how you're analyzing the market, some theories play a bigger precedent at that time than other theories. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Before I move on, let me answer this question. This is someone, the real one on YouTube had. Rex, I want to come back. I'm wondering, have you responded to my question? Real one asked, I started to be a profitable trader. What should I do with the profit to grow it more? Any ideas? Started to be a profitable trader. Well, I guess I don't know how to, I don't know why, because I don't know why that's a question, other than why wouldn't you just do more of what you're doing and just bank your profits and start growing it? I would say one thing you could probably do is start looking on diversification, if it makes sense. The way I look at it is, and this is the way that I'll explain it here, in that by the end of the year, for those that don't know, because there might be new people joining, I do have terminal cancer. So I did start a new treatment regimen. So far, I'm taking to it well. I haven't had a new scan to see where my cancer's at. It's in 4 areas of my body.
Order filled.
But I give up. I give. I don't give. It's not the first thing I think about. It's not the last thing I think about that I have this. It's just something I deal with, just like anything else. If you had a limp, you would just limp and you would go along with your day. And sometimes maybe your leg would hurt. Well, it's the same way with how I treat what I have. It's like, okay, well, I deal with it, move on, focus on
Order filled.
having the most complete life I can have.
Order filled.
I mention that
Order
because,
filled.
it comes down to
Order filled.
you have a certain amount of capital now that you've become successful. And what you have to decide when you start becoming a successful trader is, okay, I have enough capital for me to maybe to survive and to live. What do I size up on my current trading, or do I diversify my trading and have my capital work for me in different ways? So one of the reasons why I think, I guess I haven't spoke about
Order filled.
that, I take my day trading profits, a portion of it, and I roll it over into my other trading allocation accounts and some of that's real estate, some of that's, other aspects of income generating things, and putting the capital work in the market. So for instance, I said I do short-term swing trades and Banger, are you here? We need to talk, actually. So Banger, we're going to talk specifically on this stuff. So the short-term swing trades, for instance, my day trading and the capital that I make there just goes into that account and just exponentially grows the capital level that's allocated to every trade, because that account grows, because it's being funded by day trading profits and the profits made by the actual trading in that actual style of trading that's being done there. So that's the next decision you have to really make, is now that you have some form of wealth, and I'm not a financial advisor, by the way, I really have no idea what I'm talking about on trading or financial advice, so you really shouldn't listen to me. But the way that I've done it is that I've really looked at it and said, okay, I have more capital and I'm not going to size up. I could size up a lot more. I enjoy still doing swing trades. I enjoy my Forex trades. My Forex trades, I take me 10 minutes a day, maybe. And I go and enter trades, no stop losses, and I either get out of the trades or add to the trades. It's that's simple. I pull up the chart, I look at it and say, okay, here's the thesis of that trade. And I'm down pretty bigly on this trade. So I need to decide whether or not I'm watching the
Order
position as
filled.
I'm talking. So
Order
it's not like
filled.
I'm
Order filled.
neglecting it.
Order filled.
I'm expecting an overshoot here on chart 4, but it might get to the point where I'm going to have to cut this position. Maybe take a loss on it. Still up for the day. 30 something. 30 grand or something.
Order filled.
So that's my answer to
Order filled.
how when you start becoming a profitable trader, you start having wealth. Is like, okay, do I want to size up in what I'm doing? And usually the first step is to size up. And then it's okay. Do I have the skill set to actually trade different stuff? And should I? It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense if I have a pile of capital. Should I put it to work in the Forex trade in a different trading style in the Forex market? And what's the benefit of that? What's the time benefit of that? What's the management benefit of that? For me, my Forex trades, for instance, are just, how do I say this? They're just extra, I guess I should say. I don't rely upon it. It's just that, hey, I have swing trading down in the equity market and stock market, and then crypto market. A lot of what I'm doing in the crypto market is just, all these are flyers. I look at them as flyers, except for Bitcoin and Ethereum and a few other things. All these are just flyers. Like, is ARB really going to go to $5? I don't know. But that's one of the things that I've chosen to actually acquire for it to make the $5 run. It might not. But that's so for each market, I kind of have an individualized strategy on how I'm putting my capital to work. And that's what, as you become a more successful trader, you'll either gravitate towards that or you'll say it's just not worth my time or effort. I should just size up. And trust me, even if you had a couple $1 million you're trading a couple $1 million in the futures market, you're nothing. You're really not. You think you are, but you're really nothing. Comparatively, just look at the amount of dollar values that's traded. The other question on TradingView is when do you
Order
do
filled.
withdrawals and cash out if you're making that much in days worth of trading? How much do I go into this? Most of you are probably trading as an individual. You'll learn depending on where you're at. And I'm not an accountant. I know nothing about taxes. I know nothing
Order
about
filled. Order filled. Order filled.
financial
Order
management or
filled.
anything like that. So don't
Order
take what I'm
filled.
saying as advice. But depending on where you're at, income-wise, wealth-wise, you have to decide, do you trade within an entity? Most likely, it might make sense to trade within an entity. And then you're looking at, okay, how do I minimize things like taxes? This will depend on where you live in the world, where you live in, if you're in the US, what state, where your entity is located, how you're treated, some rules, some requirements. So that question of when you're making that much, how do you cash in and cash out? I'll liken this to like a 1031 exchange. Are there still 1031 exchanges? Yeah. So for those that don't know, in real estate, there's a thing called 1031 exchange. And I'm using this as an example to trading. A 1031 exchange, what it allows you to do is, let's say you buy a single family home as a rental. And let's say you hold that for a couple years and then you sell that single family home. But what you do now, when you sold that, you create a taxable event. And once again, I'm not an accountant. I don't know what I'm talking about. So I'm just really talking philosophy about how finances work on Mars. I'm not even talking about Earth. So let's say you sold a single family home, you created a taxable event. Well, there's a thing called 1031 exchange where what you can do instead of paying taxes on that taxable event is you can take all of that profit you made and roll it up to a more expensive, I'm simplifying this, but roll it up to a more expensive property. So what you would do is, let's say instead of buying another, you could buy 2 single family homes, or you could buy maybe like a triplex, like a 3-unit kind of
Order filled.
piece of real estate that's more expensive than the real estate that you just sold. You don't pay taxes, and you take all of that money that you made, all those
Order
gains,
filled.
and you roll it into the next property. And I'm going to have to reduce here. I'm going to have to take a loss on this trade, I think. A rare loss. So a 1031, you can keep, I think you can keep doing a 1031 exchange. So let's say you sell that triplex. You can take that profit and then roll it up to maybe a 12-unit apartment complex. And then, so you took, instead of paying taxes on, now eventually you'll have to, well, okay, I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of real estate, but eventually you'll have to probably pay taxes on that. So to ask that question, like, how do you roll over profits where it's such a specific, what's the word I'm looking for? To your specific situation and where
Order
you're at.
filled. Order filled. Order filled.
That is hard to answer. Other than just kind of give general, hey, here's how I think it generally works, I believe. I don't know because I'm not a financial advisor and I really don't know what I'm talking about. But here's what I think I think it works. So Slum Diddy Trading says, but do you have a number of profit that you hit in your mind and keep the account at the same value and take the profits, or keep it and multiply the gains for the next trades? And yes, you keep rolling over on a 1031. Okay, yeah. So the way to look at it is that I have advisors, and then I step up. So the way to look at it is, the way I do things is I step. So each step has a next level. And then everything steps up is the way to look at it. And one of the things I'm going to have to start deciding on personally is, I've lived longer than my diagnosis said I should live, as far as my re-diagnosis, when I got my re-diagnosis of cancer coming back, because I've had cancer before and then it went away and then now it came back. So one of the things that I'm facing right now is, when do I cash in my chips, or do I cash in my chips? Meaning, how do I say this? I don't mind passing on money to loved ones, but what's the point? Shouldn't I be enjoying it? But at the same time, I could travel for the next 90 days and be happy. About 27 days in, I would have to sit down and start to do something to exercise my professional mind, I say. I would start with writing, which I still write, and I'm working on releasing my first novel, and doing some stuff with video and movies. But after about 30 days of me traveling, I enjoy it, but I'm still like, you know what? And even if I'm around loved ones, we're having a good time. But after about 30 days of that, I'm not feeling slothful, isn't the word. I just don't feel that I'm living my full life. Dr. Cheekslayer says this is painful to watch. What is painful to watch? Say more about that. Oh, you mean me being down? Yeah. Yeah, I've kind of dinged my P&L here. I'm just not ready to reverse yet. Ordinarily, I would have reversed down here right around 529. I thought it would have pulled back and gave me an opportunity to get out and break even. Still up for the day, though. But I'm going to have to probably call it here in this trade.
Rex, I really appreciate all your help in the convo today.
Oh, I appreciate you too. So thanks for asking the questions. It helps for me to actually refine what we do here and adding more training or more content, or actually help, because my goal here is to create elite traders. So that's my goal here.
Appreciate it. What kind of cancer do you have, if you don't mind asking?
Yeah, so I don't know, probably, I don't even remember what year. It started with colorectal cancer, and then I went down that path of researching, and I can read MRIs, I can read CT scans, I know how to operate. Actually, I know how to operate the software that my doctor uses to read CT scans and stuff like that. That's the type of person I am, So
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
sorry, I'm readjusting my position. So I had colorectal cancer, and if I would have took the advice of the doctors probably early on, it wouldn't have spread. But then it spread, and I had a major surgery. I don't know how long ago. It feels like 10 years ago, but I don't think it was quite that long. I was in the surgery for 20, 23 hours or so, 22 hours.
Jesus.
And I was rewarded with a colonoscopy and a urostomy. So I have both. I think part of me, when I got the news of my colorectal cancer, I didn't want to have a bag, I didn't want to have a colonoscopy, and because I just couldn't imagine having that. So I think I tried to, in air quotes, not listen. I mean, it did work for a while. I did go down the path of actually doing alternative, not cures, but getting more healthy and doing that stuff. And that actually did help a lot. But it did get to a point where
Order filled.
I ended up in the ER and had to have emergency surgery. And then the only way for me to live is to have this major surgery that I had. And then the major surgery means that, okay, well, the good outcome of having just a urostomy was no
Order
longer.
filled.
Ooh, we saw something interesting there with that pullback. So we'll have to see whether or not that means something. Let me look at the market here. Yeah, let's reverse.
Order filled.
So yeah, so then I got out of that surgery and got a urostomy and a ostomy. So 2 bags, which it's amazing how much people can adapt. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then I was cancer free for a couple years, and then I was starting to feel a pain in my chest, and that's when kind of I went back and got a scan, and they said, "Hey, it's on your liver, it's on one of your lungs, it's in your buttocks area."
Shit.
And then I have one other. Oh, it's in my stomach. So cancer in 4 areas of my body. And since I had cancer, I just adjusted my diet, and I do believe that's kind of one of the things that's kept me alive this long, is that I learned a lot about diet. I learned a lot about the human body. I learned a lot about how the body processes things and deals with things, and so my diet is pretty strict as far as, and I can tell when I go on vacation, for instance, and I don't keep to my strict diet, I start, and it could be mental, but I start feeling the pain in various areas of my body. And then when I get back on my diet, everything starts to get in line. So right now I'm still, so that was like 2 or 3 years ago when I got re-diagnosed, and I asked the doctor, I said, okay, well, just tell me now, like, is this a couple weeks thing or how much time? He said, I don't know, probably about 12, 14 months or so. I think it was over 2 years ago. I said, okay. I said, well, what do we do? And he said, well, we can, so I've been kind of getting treatment every 2 weeks since then. And then the only change in my diagnosis here is that my last scan, I was stable for probably about a year, but my last scan, things had grown a little bit on all tumors. So I wasn't responding to the treatment. So we went to another treatment cycle. And then now we're looking at, I did a, where is it where you go and get the DNA?
Genotyping.
Yeah. So now we're looking at, okay, well, it's been a while since we're always looking to see what's out there available. But, now we're looking to see, okay, with new immune therapy and a few other things, are there specific cancer markers that with new therapies out there that I can start trying? But now I've moved on to a combination of 1 chemo and 2 immune therapies that I'm getting now that, the only way I'll know if it's going to work or help is get a scan in 45 days and then kind of, okay, yeah, it's keeping it at bay or it's getting worse, right? So that's the full story or not the full story, but that's the full synopsis of kind of where I'm at. And then, so I doing
Order
this
filled.
treatment now where basically I'm on 2 weeks and then I'm off 2 weeks.
Right.
And I get a
I
couple
mean, you're
of,
the sharpest
Order
person I've
filled.
ever spoken to on chemo. I mean, this is absolutely incredible.
Order
But I mean, I
filled.
guess I'm biased because the people I see in the ER are not there because they're healthy per se.
yeah, and I think some of it's attitude, right? It's like, because I see these people when I get treatment too, like they're miserable. And I'm miserable too, don't get me wrong. I feel like crap. I mean, I took
Yeah, but
my,
you're still passionate though, dude. You're still trying to improve everything and active on Discord. I mean, it's just incredible.
I think that's part of my dealing is that if I didn't have this, I'd still be doing this because I have to keep my mind occupied. I mean, I love my family, but we get sick of each other if we spend all day with each other, right? And like I've traveled a lot of the world and I still want to travel more, but at the same time, I know after 30 days, the way I'm wired, I have to have a professional outlook or like I have to, my mind is wired in such where I have to have it occupied, and watching Netflix or TV or whatever is just not enough. Painting, I've tried painting, it's just not enough, right? So trying to figure something out that can't be figured out, like trading, is really, is real. I'm laughing because I don't know what Dr. Cheek Slayer, what the meme is from South Park. But is that a tumor that dude has? But it's just no, I appreciate hearing that. I don't know how else to be. But I know what you're saying because there's been times where I've been in the treatment center and these people are just miserable. And it's like, dude, look, you don't get any promises. I mean, the other thing I haven't shared that you probably don't know is my wife in the last 2 years she was in the ER 3 weeks ago and she had major
She
surgery.
had surgery.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
So she had pancreatic cancer. And she, what's called a head surgery. You know what that is, right?
No, I'm not familiar. Is that similar to a Whipple?
It's a Whipple. It's actually a Whipple surgery. So she had a Whipple
Okay.
surgery.
That's a very extensive surgery, and
Yep.
few
So
places do them.
the worst I've been in my life, I'm sharing a little bit more personal stuff, is that both of us were on chemo in the house at the same time.
Holy shit.
With her getting chemo in the midst of before she had her Whipple surgery, and me being on chemo and just being in the house. I mean, I could get dark. That's the darkest it's been in years, where just one person with cancer in a house sucks. Imagine two people. So, but she said
Order
something
filled.
once where I stopped her. I was kind of harsh on her. And this will explain my attitude. She said, "What did we do to deserve this? Like, what the hell did we do? Did we do something evil, or are we evil people?" And I said, I was kind of harsh. I said, "Stop." I said, "Don't, you know, number one, we're not promised anything in life, you know." And I was a little more harsher than I should have been because I understood what she was saying. But I said, "Look, we're not promised." I've been dealing with cancer for years. And she just obviously now she understood some of the things I was going through, which was kind of good because I guess it brought us closer together in that aspect, which is sad.
Mhm.
But I said, "Look, we're not promised anything. We live in a world right now where it's so easy to survive that we feel that everything should be easy. We shouldn't have to struggle." And I said, you know, I guess maybe we should look at it from that perspective, not like what did we do, but um, I didn't like I don't like that thinking of like, you know, why am I being, you know, punished? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think you're never going to be happy looking at it that way, 'cause you're almost victimizing yourself. And I don't want to pretend to even understand a little bit of having cancer or even terminal cancer, but I think that's a dangerous way to think.
Order filled.
It'll only lead to more sadness.
Yeah, because we all have an end date. I mean, we all are going to die. We just have the ability to ignore it. Most of us. I mean, even I. I mean, I'm closer. I deal with it daily, almost daily. Most people don't deal with it daily because you're healthy. You get up, you feel great, so you don't deal with the fact that you're going to someday not be here. You can put it in the back of your mind. Well, unfortunately, because of feeling pain 24 hours a day, having to do chemo, you know, and everything else, like I have to not deal with it, but at least face it more than most people do on a consistent basis. So, but at the end of the day, you either get up
Order filled.
and take advantage of the time you're given and try to have the most fun, or you don't, right?
I think it's either you lived a life that you're proud of and you've had good experiences in life and have your story, and at least that's the way I approach it. I mean, if I died tomorrow, I think I'd be happy with what I've accomplished, my story, and I don't know. I think that's I I feel like it'd be so individualized to each person, yeah, yeah, it's really incredible what you're able to accomplish through passion. And but anyway, I apologize. I don't mean to dig too much, but I'm just curious.
No, not a. I mean, I'm pretty
Order
open with it,
filled.
and but the other thing is, I shared this with my doctors or anybody. I will say, I mean, you're in the medical field, so you kind of see a lot of people and you can kind of tell when someone's different or approaches things differently, right? You get that as you start to see trends with the people that you see. And I've been told time and time again that, yeah, your attitude is a little different. And I think one of the things I've attributed it to is trading. I don't think I'd have the same attitude as well. Well, trading and let's just say faith as a broad term. Okay. I don't want to get into religion or faith or my beliefs or anything, but let's just say that uh, faith and trading, if I didn't have those two foundations of what I believe, there's no, because with trading, you have to be so introspective to be able, you have to look yourself in the mirror. And I've shared this. If you can't go up to a mirror right now and look yourself and say, I'm going to be a successful trader, I'm going to do whatever it takes, and look yourself in the eye and hold your own gaze. If you can't do that, and because if you can't look yourself in the eye and believe yourself, you have no chance of being a successful trader because you're lying to yourself. But if you can go to a mirror right now and look in the mirror and say, I'm going to be a successful trader, I'm going to do whatever it takes because this is what I want for my life and myself, you're going to make it. That's one deciding factor. If you can do that, if you can look yourself in the eye in the mirror, because when you look yourself in the eye in the mirror, you're going to hold your own gaze or you're not. And if you can't hold your own gaze, that's a true sign that you actually don't have belief in yourself, that you actually are lying to yourself because you're scared to actually look at the reality of what you really know deep in your heart that you maybe not even willing to admit. So for me, that deep assessment of what it takes to become a successful trader has helped with the decisions and how I approach my treatment, how I approach getting up tomorrow, how I approach, going to sleep and the pain and everything else. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that makes perfect sense, actually.
Because I had a doctor that I just recently started meeting with a couple months ago, and he made the same. He said, I mean, I meet a lot of people. He said, the way that you're asking these questions are you in the medical field or are you in, because I was, asking, he's mentioning some other treatment. We got into how it works and how it works with T cells and how it works with various other endocrines and stuff like that. And he said, and I said, no, I'm just, I think it comes from my trading where basically I'm analytical and then trying to figure out how to look at this, but then not dwell on conversations or not dwell on decisions. Like look at the data and then actually make a decision based on the control chart of my life, right? And I said I directly attribute my ability to do that to trading because I don't believe if I found trading, I don't think if I wouldn't have been a trader when I got diagnosed, I don't think I would have. Number one, I did make a bad trade on my life when I decided not to take the first advice of my doctors. But then after that bad trade, I then said, okay, I need to then, be realistic about this. But I don't think I would be alive if I didn't have the skill set of being a trader. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I probably got to go soon to get ready for work, but I think that's a lot of emotional intelligence that you're referring to, the ability to make a decision based on a chart or logic or information and not make decisions based on emotions. So I think probably an important aspect of trading that you're referring to.
Yeah, 100%. No, so since you do have to go, and because I don't have to, what I'll say is go through the
Sorry, man.
no, not a problem. Go through the level training, digest it for a little bit, and then once again, the best path forward is if you have a question, ask in the den, and then if it's not answered there, then what will happen is I'll do a bark on it to make it more clear.
Okay, sounds perfect. Oh, one other quick question too, because I feel like my I was trying to do what you said and have a written plan for my entries, my exits. I feel like should I throw that out now and start from scratch and try to put together a new system, or should I just incorporate levels into the entries, the exits, stuff like that?
You need to understand levels at a foundational level and then make the assessment there. So you need to, if you're not using levels, you're missing the fount because you're not using anything really.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So remember I mentioned it's either pivots, levels, or value channels or value ranges. Right now you're using none of that. Now I believe levels is where you should start, and then because it's how the market works. So above pivots, because we could get into the whole pivots discussion. But so that's your next step, is that master the concept of defining levels, and then master the concept of proving to yourself that it actually is valid in the market, and then figure out where to go from there. So what you understand the concept of levels, but but you're lacking the ability to apply the knowledge, and to apply the knowledge that you could pull up any chart in any market and duplicate that theory that the market moves from level to level. So when you can, and this will be quick, so it's not something that's going to take you a long time. When you can pull up any chart in any market and verify the theory that the market moves from level to level, then you've got it. And then it's okay, how do I incorporate this into what I've already developed? But you're missing a big foundational piece of trading successfully.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, thank you so much for helping me. I really appreciate it.
No, I'm glad we got to connect. I'm glad you were here, and you actually, thank you for, you've helped. There's been people that have been listening along. I'm telling you, your questions are questions other people have had. I almost guarantee your questions are other questions that people are struggling with. Some are struggling with them on different levels, but so your questions are, I think, well appreciated.
All right, Rex, I'll catch you later, but I hope you have a good rest of your day, man.
Yeah, you too. I look forward to learning more about you and getting to know you more. So have a great work or day at work,
Yeah.
wherever you're doing the rest of
Hopefully
the
I'll
day.
be on tomorrow. So I don't know if you're free or whatnot, but I'm gonna definitely look into levels and hopefully master that concept.
Sweet. All right. Cool, man. We'll talk tomorrow.
All right, man. See you later. All right, bye-bye.
All right. So Dr. Cheekslayer said, NVIDIA is effing me. I mean, I do swear, so I could swear and not sound like, how is it effing me? I'm still in this trade. It's doing pretty well. You want to know where my stop loss is on this trade? So number one, where did we get into this? Well, we were into this back here. We went heavy right around 280. So in this range here, never got to our high probability reaction zone. And for those that are wondering, I did this idea on TradingView. Okay, where's my ideas? Oh, duh. Let's go to scripts. What are minds? What is this mind? What's a mind? I don't know what a mind is. Okay. Let's see what our PLTR. So this is what we identified. Well, look at that. There's our PLTR. Let me make sure I'm doing okay on the trade. Yeah. We're up about, I'm targeting this zone here. So we'll be taking some profit off there. So when we started this is our entry zones. And then we add this as an entry zone. It hit our entry zone. And then this is our first reaction zone, which it's starting to hold up on. Now we have to make a decision on Palantir, PLTR, whether or not it's going to hold this zone here. Pretty standard support and resistance zone as well. Or whether or not it's going to get to this next zone here. I think I should update this idea. Let's go to the next idea. NVIDIA. That's my path. Here's when we started talking about NVIDIA. When we started going we started going a little heavy right here. We were already entering here because we started to see a change over here right around 160 to 180. So, and then from there, this is what it did from that point. So it went off the chart. So that's hit our other reaction zone. This was our other load up zone. So our first load up zone was here right around 160 to 180. Our second load up zone and our target zone was right here, 265 to 280. There was no signal to get out of the trade at all in any way whatsoever in this. And then who would have known that it would have just kept going? I don't know. Maybe someone predicted that stuff. I don't know. Gold. Let's look at our gold. Gold, where are we at? All right. Well, we're still playing out the gold. We went up. We figured we were going to go up here, test this, and then we still are expecting a 1762 test. Let's see if that fits within our time frame. So we are short gold right now. If you look in here, I am short gold. We do have trailing stops in the market. We're only in 12 lots. We're up about 1,500 on that trade there. It's really whether or not it's going to hold the daily RDA on GC is what it's all about. Let's look at the coin trade. This is a trade where I think has legs still, maybe still an opportunity. Yeah. So every time it got into this entry zone, we were entering this trade. So I think the basis, I don't know, I could check. I could log it. Well, I'm not going to log in here, but I could look. I bet our basis is probably right around $57 or so, or $58 is probably our basis on this trade. Probably a little bit better than that. But every time it entered this zone here, from the time that I did this idea, we have been adding to the trade pretty much 15 minutes after the market opens and sometimes 45 minutes before the market closes. I've been adding to this trade with the potential upside to right around 225, 209 is what we're looking on. Just left that zone. It might come back to that zone. So that's what we're looking for. And that is a 218% gain if that does play out. So for those that are wondering if I do ideas or whatever, Dr. Cheek Slayer. Some of these names do make me laugh. Hey, Avoid Vanity, good to see you here. Sorry I haven't been, responding to any of the chats. Slum Diddy Trading. But I just, a great conversation with, I don't remember the name of the person that was in here. I think it was Over This, I believe. Up about 12,000 in this trade. I think we'll put some trailing stops in the market to protect our position now. We're at the RDA on chart 2. Should we take some profit? Absolutely. I took 10 off. So let's see what happens here. I'll put a trailing stop of 5 lots here. Look at that. CL moved without me. I was not watching that trade. I should have been trading chart 2 on this thing. Damn it. Hey, Avoid Vanity. Good to see you there. Sorry if I was late. For those that are on YouTube or Discord, you'll definitely want to join, or on TradingView, join Discord. You'll see a link down below. For those that are wondering what an alpha is, it's the training. So if you want to become an alpha, all you have to do is send me, it's one-time fee, $997, includes all of the actual training, all training I add, the private indicators, except for Sierra chart indicators. Those are, because of the developer relationship I'm in there, those are separate. I'll be working on, actually I do need to connect with the developer on that and actually kind of get going on the indicator that we're releasing there. And I think on YouTube, some of you will start to see my trading of Sierra chart more. I'll be streaming that above TradingView just because I'm trading on Sierra chart. I do like it. There's a lot of things I like about it. There's still a couple things that frustrate the heck out of me. Rex has been chilling here all day. What's up, buddy? Still in his cast. So this mic, okay, we got a response here. Any other questions on Discord? So let's see. Let me actually move mics here. So for those that don't know, my nephew in the beginning of the year came and stayed with me for a little bit. Actually came here for a funeral and ended up staying for a little while after, taught him how to trade. He'll be coming over here shortly here the next couple weeks and staying with us for a little bit as well. And one of the things that I've done is, we started the podcast, and I'm going to start doing podcast episodes by myself as well. Just because there's concepts that, there's things that don't require videos that should be audio, or that could be audio, that what I'm looking at here, I'm not retiring, I'm not cashing out my chips, I'm not leaving, but by the end of the year, I want the Rexdog Trade System site to be complete with all of the strategies that I employ in the market. I want it to be a living archive of the philosophy of how to trade the markets. And I want it to be a housing for you to go deeper into concepts. Like today, it's a good example of, we covered a lot of different things, a lot of questions that I know a lot of people have around trading and even adopting the system. But one of the reasons to start the podcast is to be able to have discussions on a very focused level, that I could just throw on a chart and just start talking, but some of it just lends itself to just audio only. Plus, there's a lot more work doing videos, just a lot more work. So being able to just put a mic on, but not to get. So one of the things that we're doing is, when my nephew's here, we're going to continue the podcast, but we've really stepped up the audio game, being able to do that. So, I've got a Rodecaster, which is pretty sweet. I did a lot of research. And then for mics, I have, so an SM7B, which is not what I'm on now. And I know no one cares about this crap probably. And then a Blue Sona. So I just got the Blue Sona today, and I'm testing out the sound of that and actually EQing that and figuring out how to use that. But then here is this is actually the SM7B. This is the SM7B mic. All right, we're up about 20 grand on this trade. Where is it going to stop? Well, we've got a level. We've got a new level at, we do have the old level at 520. And then we do have a new level at right around 595, 596. So I think if it does get going, it's going to tag 596. It's playing around on chart 4 with the RDA. This one here, I hear a lot more background noise. So, little man. Keeping it real. I need to sound treat this room too.
Stop filled.
If you weren't in this trade, this might be a good opportunity to possibly trade down to that level. But it looks like maybe the RDA might hold on chart 4. Did hit the VWAP on the 5, as we see there. Question is it going to go down more and maybe do another daily target or daily tag here? We are at the 1 o'clock, so we're at the pivot 1 of the afternoon. So we're near pivot 1 of the afternoon. That is another training that I do want to work on, is the pivots. The way that it's holding the long side, though.
Stop filled.
That's the first reaction of the actual VWAP test, I believe. Let's look and see what we can see from the perspective of the internals. Well, below the VWAP on big tech, above all rolling VWAPs though, above the weekly open, above the zero line, might be going for a zero line test here.
Order filled.
There we go. Let's add up to here. Let's look for an overshoot of this range here. We'll take a little bit more risk on this trade. If it gets picked up, we'll see.
Order filled.
You know the sound.
Order filled.
That doesn't make sense. That doesn't. Okay, I get it. All right, let's see what the pivot's going to bring us. It did tag the slow momentum chart 3. So the question I think we need to have on chart 3 is, does it want to tag 458? Is 458 in play? That's the question. Anybody have any thoughts on that?
I'm just watching chart 4, and we have a big green candle, so I see a level at 545.
545. Yeah.
Could this be a new level, or is it in the middle of both of the range between 572 and 500? What is it? 500 around.
What is your control chart on that?
My control chart is actually C4.
Yep.
I was buying the RDA check.
Yeah, so which is like obviously is turning out to be a good, at least short-term trade, right? So I think where the market's deciding right now is, does it want to sell off and hit that lower level, or does it want to hold that RDA on chart 4 and momentum? So I would say the level that is on the NQ anywhere right around 549 is a weak level, because it's in the middle of two. they are still weak levels below. So the next weak level, which is newly developed at 496, is a weak level. And then the strong level is at 600. That's your strong level.
Okay.
So
Order filled.
anything, so the way
Order filled.
we teach it and the way I think you should look at it is that your two strong levels are 453 and 600. Those are your two strong levels on the chart. Now, within recent price
Order
action,
filled.
you could make the argument that your two strong levels at this point in time are 497 or so and 600. And I can send it over in Trade Room Alpha. Do you see that, or would you agree with that?
Yeah, no, I see it. I'm just watching. So sometimes I try to switch to YouTube to see it on the stream, but it's not clearly visible. Sometimes if you if you're short, if you're long. So I'm just came in and was waiting for the pullback to buy on the RDA check. So what I was planning is to my target, like you said. I see the level at on the C4. It's about 580. So 500 or 600 is, yeah. You said it's high, but I'm not sure. Like we are late in the day, or maybe we are just in this. We stay in this range. Maybe.
I am currently short, so sometimes you can't tell because obviously I have on the stream. It's hard to see because I have my trailing stops cover the position, and plus, if I'm down, I mean, if it's red, you're short. If you're green, you're long, and then the position. So that's the way it works, at least on the stream, is that if the position overall is red, it's not that you're down on that trade, it's that you're short.
Okay.
And then
I
if
was
it's
not sure on TradingView because I don't trade on TradingView. So
yeah.
Okay.
And I just use TradingView to just display the trades. I'm actually trading on Tradovate's app. And then I think even what I would do is Sierra chart. Well, because for instance, the one reason why I do it, and I'll start differentiating this, is that TradingView doesn't allow you to add any other charts but TradingView on their streams. I still think there's value streaming on TradingView because there's good traders there. There's good people to connect with there and everything else. So, but on the other streams, I'm going to start probably streaming either Sierra chart or other charts because TradingView's charts are just not to trade with. They're just not that. It's a great charting platform. It's just not the greatest trading platform that exists. So I don't trade on TradingView, just for those that are wondering. I'm just displaying my trades. So I don't know what on Sierra chart, when I start trading on Sierra chart, I might trade on a broker that displays on TradingView as well, but be trading on Sierra chart. Anyways, that's more my inside baseball. Any other questions you have? Or
No, thank you for answering. I found interesting the conversation you had before. There was a lot of questions. Yeah, I think get answered, and I will watch this videos about the levels again. Today I watched the stop loss videos again, and now I'm like I said, C4 is my control chart. I'm just looking on C2 where I see the crossover from the momentum RDA around 553, and I put my stop loss at this area. So because I'm not confident if we take out the next level, because we are more to the up level than to the down level.
Order filled.
oops, sorry, it's so loud. No, I agree. And I'm being a little stubborn with this trade here, where I should have had probably chart 3 or chart 1 as my control and traded off that RDA test. Because you can see that's the best trade that has existed here based on it. I should have started trading at the level that it's at right now, scaling in, instead of scaling in early at where I thought maybe the failure point might be on this pullback. So the best trade would have been at 1350. Are these? Yeah. I didn't trade. I need to change trading view over to market time. But the best trade would have been 1250 my time, 1350 market time. RDA VWAP test going long up to the next level and then shorting this level right here. That would have been the best trade.
Order filled.
Instead, I started this way too
Order
early.
filled. Order filled. Order filled.
This is where I should have
Order
started
filled.
at.
This level we took out now.
Yeah. That's a chart 4 level, so it'll be interesting if it stays above this. I mean, there is a little bit of level above that, which is right around 80. So I might tap that and then react. That's what I'm waiting for. That's why I'm still in this trade and I haven't got out or reduced. This is a bad executed trade here, though. The second that I wasn't watching chart 1, the second that chart 1 held up, I should have reversed the position. Market might give me an opportunity to get out here, but still a bad trade.
Order filled.
Maybe
Order
we
filled.
tap the ATR band on C4 and
Yeah. Once again, fading got me in trouble like an idiot. You know, it's fading just gets me in trouble. I get too comfortable fading. And this is a fade trade on multiple charts.
Order filled. Order filled.
I'm going to turn what should have been a $70,000 day into like a $30,000 day. That's some 2 bad trades. Sticking with 2 bad trades too long. Not properly scaling in. Oh, talk about that. Our scale in sheet is ready for public consumption. Version 0.8, not 1.0 yet. So I'll be releasing that here. Maybe I'll do a video on it. I should do a video on it just to fully explain it. So let's say that the scale-in, you should have started here, okay? Let's say the scale-in says that you should have started right at this zone, which is 15,15580. 15580. Short. We are in the NQ. Minimum fluctuation 50. Round trip fee is $3.28, and we're sizing at 3. So I'll share this in Trade Room Alpha to show how I should be scaling into this trade. Actually, there you go. what I should be doing right now.
Order filled.
You can see you get 3 different. Now, one of the things I want to do is I probably want to add one more scaling strategy. I want to call it a improved basis version 2. Because I'll compare this for those that are watching along. If we do the sizing at 9, for instance, meaning that sizing at 9, this is shared in the general. You'll see there the sizing at 9 is, if you look at the middle one that says improved basis, it basically means you're doing 3, 6, 9 lots. And that is a good improved basis, but I think that there's an opportunity for a improved basis version 2 that probably is here's the thing. It needs to be better than the equal scale. Okay, it needs to be between the advanced martingale and the equal scaling. And I know I'm okay, so for those that are following along, I'm really working through the issue here in my head right now out loud. Well, my profits, daily grants here, but also weekly on my site. I think my profits this year so far. These are just profits and streams. P&L 2,742 or 2 million, sorry. 2,742. Yep, no problem. Daily grands. So for those that are wondering, that's found here. Pretty much you can watch all of that on streams. Okay, so let's go back so I get distracted. Or no, not get distracted. What the heck? Avoid vanity. The real one. Okay, avoid vanity said, look at C1 and the 1 hour level is my target. I agree there, probably. The real one, I think I'll take the high of the day. Yeah, we're near that. Might be going up to there. It's stalling. We're right around the pivot time. That's why I'm still in this trade, but I might reverse here in a second.
Order filled.
It's either going to go up here and retest down to the RDAs here. I'm not live trading yet, but Avoid Vanity said I'm not live trading, but I'm able to make money every day, still working hard on my risk management. Since I take so many good trades, I feel like a hero and take 4C trade on a 5K account. Interesting. Daily Grand said, it was telling about you and your style and trading to my wife and wanted to show your results every day. I'm proud of you. Oh, thanks. I guess part of it is to show that it's possible. So back to the scaling, because I don't want to lose my train of thought here, because I need to figure this out. I need to figure out. So each one of these scale-ins have a purpose, depending on risk profile that you want. And I think there's opportunity for a fourth one here, which would be an improved basis. But I have to look at this and see whether or not if you were here for the beginning of this stream, or part of the beginning, one of the things I said today was I distill things down in trading to absolutes, meaning that's why I'm excited about the mindset book when I finally get. The reason why it's not released yet is because when I release the mindset book, it will be the definitive answer to any mindset or psychology problem that a trader has. Meaning, it's not going to be a series of, hey, here's a bunch of stories about we're up in this trade. I think I agree with whoever said the high for the day. I think that's kind of where my thinking started to go. But it's not going to be, hey, here's a bunch of exercises to get to that point. Here's a bunch of things to write. It's like, hey, you overtrade. Here's the 3 solutions to overtrading. If there's 3. I always start with there's always 1. So overtrading, I overtrade. How do I solve that? Okay, this is the exact way to solve overtrading. There's no other way to solve overtrading. So for every psychological or mindset challenge that I've seen or come across in traders and myself, I want to provide the definitive answer to solve it, meaning that there's no other answer. That is the truth. I know it's a bold statement. Some might say, is that even possible? That's one of the reasons why it hasn't been released, because I believe it is possible. Because I've been doing this long enough now, and I've seen enough things where I've seen the trends. I've seen the mistakes people make. I've seen the mistakes I've made. And there's truth. I believe in universal truths. So there's a specific way to solve overtrading. And while everyone is psychologically, here's the thing. Every psychological problem is expressed through actions in the market. So since every psychological problem is expressed through actions in the market,
Stop field.
that means that there can be a action solution because it's expressed through actions in the market. And that means there's a fixed way, there's a fixed amount of solutions to that psychological problem.
Stop field.
So my goal is to provide the solution to that. So the reason why I got down on that tangent is because with this scale-in strategy that we utilize here at the Rexstock system, for day trading, there is only 3 acceptable strategies to scale in. Now, there's something in the back of my mind that says that there's a potential for a 4th strategy. But here's the thing. Each 3 of these strategies deal with psychology and risk in a different way based on you're going to gravitate to, you're going to pick one of these scale-in strategies and you're going to stick to one of them. The reason why I want to show all 3 of them instead of having a comparison, that way you can compare and you can learn. And then when you decide the one that you want to use, just hide the other 2 or keep them there. Just don't pay attention to them, but hide the other 2. Just hide the actual rows. That's how you
Stop
use
field.
this until this becomes a tool within the trading platforms that we use. Now we might be getting into a little bit of a range behavior here, but I don't really want to take a loss on this trade. I wonder if chart 2 is going to come back and test the RDA. That's the question I have. That's the only trade opportunity I see right now. So I think what I'll do, or what we'll do, this is the right answer. Alphas. We'll release the scale in
Stop field.
version 0.9, I guess we'll call it, not quite 0.1. And then I'll share why I think that there's an opportunity for maybe rearranging the current one or adding a fourth one. And it comes down to total risk. There's a disparity between total risk. And maybe there's a way to rethink this in a way that operates in the way that we see overshoots happen. Because the reason for a scale in is because the market isn't exact. GC is back to break even. So I think we're going to get an opportunity to possibly decide whether or not the RDA is really going to hold here. So we'll see. I'm going to reverse on this NQ
Order
trade,
filled.
and we're going to short this
Order filled. Order filled.
down to the RDA. We're going to buy the RDA and buy here. Mute the mic. All right, we're back.
Order filled. Order filled.
Am I being too aggressive on that short? That's the question. Because it didn't tag the opening range high.
Order filled.
I don't have high confidence in this trade here, so I'm either going to have to bail on it or add to it.
Order filled.
All right, so we're going to do 10 lots.
Order filled.
And I'm going to just put in trailing stops. It's either going to work out or not. It's going to either give up the fast momentum on chart 2 or not. Probably not. Yeah.
Stop filled.
Yeah, getting stopped out.
Order filled.
I'm just squishing money back and forth now with that trade. So whatever I make here on this trade will just level out what I lost there. 600's our next level. So remember, I was targeting 612 to 622 earlier in the day. We're still targeting that. So maybe it might get there and then we'll reverse if it gets up there. Guess I should get some pictures of Rex and his cast. Let's switch mics. I don't know which one I like better. Well, I think what I have to do is I actually have to do the settings on this this white mic. I didn't want to get two SM7Bs. I do need to get a shotgun mic and see how that works too. Problem with shotgun mics, a good one is about $1,400. So I got to do a little bit more research. Let's add a little bit more to our CL trade there. Well, let's just wait. So GC, or not, yeah, GC is, I would say CL might be in line for a short. Might be a shortable opportunity there.
Order filled.
So we're fitting to short that. Short up here, up to 80 spot, 83 spot 75.
Order filled.
Ooh, doggy. Hit the R range high. Okay, now the question is how much is it going to pull back just to here, or is it going to go to the RDA and chart 2 down to 575? Or is it going to stop right at 583 and go up and take out the opening range high as well as the high for the day? NQ, we're talking here, NQ.
Order filled.
One thing I have to realize is which mic I'm talking into. This won't be a problem once I get the boom set up. I'm excited to get rid of this mic. I haven't used the standing desk. I don't have a standing desk per se. I have a standing section.
Order filled.
Added more to my GC trade. That GC trade's a longer term trade. Sorry, that GC trade's a longer term trade. It is because we're messing around with the daily RDA. I'll just go over to that chart. Well, you know what? Short on the NQ. Let's see how far that takes us, or if it does work out. So if we go gold, we look at gold GC. Four-day, we're holding up strong. I'm calling a bluff, maybe. What the heck? Ooh, and that trade goodly. Should we take some off? Let's not. Let's wait for an RDA check. Put in some trailing stops in there. Up about only in 30 lots. Make sure there's no comments. I'm located in the United States. These USB drives, I don't know what they're for. How is the fast momentum going to hold?
Stop filled.
In the US, that's as comfortable as I'm saying. Jesus. Holy shnikes. What's up, buddy? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I scare you? I know. I can mute the mic. So Rex, let me show you what I learned in the studio of all my hours in the studio. See what I just did there, buddy? That's how you untangle an audio cable, a high quality XLR cable. There's some benefit that I learned in staying in the studio those late hours. That's how you guarantee that an XLR cable doesn't bunch up. See that, Rex? This is a dog skill you're going to need sometime in nature. Just trust me. And Rex, I highly suggest you use 2 different cable colors of equal quality so that you know which cable goes where. We'll have to get carpet down here. Oh, sorry for the noise, everybody. All right, we're at the RDA. I'm going to take some profit off. Bam.
Order filled.
We're at the RDA on chart 2. I think we have to decide, do we reverse and get aggressive on the long side or do we stay short? Let's say wait for an overshoot of the RDA and see what happens from there. We're still in 20 lots. We'll put some trailing stops in. We're up about $4,500. There we go. That's what we want to see, the overshoot. All right, now we make a decision on this overshoot. Here we go. Now chart 3 is our control, or chart 1 is our control. Do we use that tag on chart 1, slow momentum, as our area?
Stop field.
Or do we wait for the RDA test as well as another VWAP test? That's what we should be looking at. So alphas, for those that are here, I will be sharing the update to the scale-in doc. It'll be a new URL, a new doc. And then we've added some pairs there, the most popular pairs. You could add your own as well. Let's wait and see what's going to happen. Our next zone is down the RDA, which is right around 15557 on the NQ. We did short CL. We're in 5 lots in CL. We are shorting GC gold. We're in 15 lots there, 360. That gold trade is a little bit longer trade, but we'll see. Longer term trade. We might be a little early on that level there. We should probably be using the 4-day on that. So I'll be looking at that here. I didn't plan to stream the whole day, but
Stop field.
got up, moved around a little bit here and there, stood up. I'll probably be calling it here in a little bit. There's one thing I don't like about this other mic is it's not, well, I guess, how often do you plug it in? Well, if I did travel with this mic, it would annoy the heck out of me, actually. Yeah, that would annoy the heck out of me because it doesn't have a clear connection. Yeah, that would annoy the heck out of me. And then with this mic, you just have to decide how you do this. Okay. Was that you, Rex? We'll go outside in a little bit, a few minutes. Go hang out with your squirrel buddies. Got squirrels bigger than Rex. Only in 5 lots left on this NQ trade because I'm looking to reverse here at some point in time. Just don't know where we want to reverse. I think we probably want to start probably right here. 5-4. If it gets down to there, I think we'll go heavy. I think that's what we do. Otherwise, we chase the trade if it holds the slow momentum. Who says chasing trades not good? It's good to chase trades. Like, why is it bad to chase a trade? There's times when you should chase a trade. If the momentum and bias tells you to chase a trade, then you should chase a trade. I mean, it's always good to actually focus on reaction zones and waiting for pullbacks. But sometimes waiting for pullbacks if you get too, if you, one of the challenges with waiting for pullbacks to reaction zones is that there are times when the market moves at such a momentum pace that you could be a little too lenient on waiting for the best entry and miss a good majority of the market movement by not chasing that trade. So chasing trade isn't necessarily bad. It's all in how you chase the trade. All right. Rex, you little crazy dog. Waiting to go long here, waiting to get heavier. That's all we're waiting for. Still no signal to go long yet. I mean, the slow momentum is holding up. That could be a signal unto itself. There we go. We might have some signal that maybe the momentum's changing on the long side.
Order filled.
Oh, there we go. All right. We got the RDA test there.
Order filled. Order filled.
So we go down to the next level.
Order filled.
That's our first zone. Our second zone is right around 545. Could be early on this trade. We don't know yet. It might even pull back further than we anticipate here. So we need to be ready for that so you're not surprised. Like to be bigger than 25, but we'll see here. All right. I'm going to be making noise. I'm going to mute the mic here a second. All right. Yeah, wait, buddy. I can probably let you out in a second. I got to manage this trade first. I know. Beyond your dog comprehension there. I think if we get a carpet down here, that'll deaden the noise on the floor. Then treat this wall, treat that wall. Just be patient. I'll be with you in a second. Pardon me. Just 1 second, buddy. It's trying to hold, but it might come down one more.
Order filled. Order filled.
I think we'll wait for the lower level, but I'll keep that 5 in so I can manage the position or watch the position. Okay, buddy, give me a second. I know you want to go. Oh, okay, you sit there and guard it. You guard it. Okay. All right. So, still no definitive answer whether or not it wants to sell off here. I mean, I did tag the ORI. Really great trade from there. I should have just been short from there instead of playing around in between that range. So the question now, does it want to hold the RDA? So when do we start believing this is the question. When do we start believing this? Hmm. I'm waiting. Waiting for the market to reveal what it wants to do. Avoid vanity says C2 and C4 not looking very appealing. You mean from a long perspective? Yeah. But I've got 9 minutes left here in this 1 hour for the hour close, at least on the market, or not the market time, but the 8 minutes left in the actual futures market hour close. So this candle can hold the 540 level, and the next candle can hold the 540 level, then it's up to that 622 area or so. I'll be right back.
Order filled.
Void Vanity said, looks like we will keep ranging. Bias is long, but I trust it for some reason. I don't. I stutter in real life. I seem to stutter when I type. I miss words. Huh. That's interesting how that can cross over. Anybody in Trade Room Alpha have any questions? Anybody else on TradingView or YouTube or anywhere else have any questions? If you do, put it in the chat. Three minutes to the hour close. Or in Discord. If you're on TradingView or YouTube and you're not following on Discord, I highly suggest that you follow on Discord. You'll see a link down below.
Order filled.
All right, so where are we at? CL, 5 lots. Can get rid of those other positions. Those are invalid now. Up about $1,200 on that. GC, still waiting for that trade to go. Maybe it doesn't want to go. Maybe it's tomorrow. Here I'm just seeing something that doesn't exist there. What is that noise? There is news after the market, right? I agree, Tolman, the 1 hour candle on NQ looks ugly, but look at momentum and bias. I can look ugly all at once, but as long as that fast momentum holds, which actually aligns with the previous candle, key level, as long as 540 holds, it's going to go long, right? So that's kind of the way I'm looking at it. As long as 540 holds, then it doesn't matter how ugly the candle is. It's a candle only its mom could love. Yeah, I'm using the 5 minute as my control right now, chart 1. But also watching chart 4 and seeing when that switchover is going to happen on chart 2, which we're getting into the close now. So it's just a matter of, okay, that upward move now, is that going to be immediate answered here? Because if you do look at chart, I mean, the RDA is holding.
Order filled.
So now it's just a matter of, okay, the most important level to hold right now is 551. That's the most important level to hold. I know it's hard to see what I'm in, but I'm long, up only 575. That's my waiting for a pullback. Get longer. PineScript now features maps. What are maps? Maps, collections that hold
Order filled.
data and key value pairs. Oh, hell no. They allow users to link related elements on different
Order
types
filled.
together to access later in the script. Oh, hell no. So let me read this correctly. A map's keys can be any fundamental type, int, float, boolean, string, or color, and its values can be in any type, even a user-defined type. Okay. So is a map just a value key pair, a key value array? What do they call a map? Well, they just call it an array. Map put, okay. You get it based on the key, right? And you get the value. Map get. You can also generate an array from all the map keys or values using map keys or map values. Oh, okay. Once again, TradingView is adding something that should have been part of the base language when they began. A key value array. That's not really groundbreaking. Anyways, I know I'm getting geeked out into the TradingView Pine script, but they just made an announcement that now they finally have key value arrays. Wow, amazing. Yeah, which now you can do shit like this now, finally. Sorry. So since these are arrays, then you can do array values, array average, array means, array, yeah. I'm in 35 lots. Don't want to get too aggressive yet.
Order filled.
Got picked up for 10 more. Last hour of the market, about to hit pivot 2 of the afternoon. Let's get rid of these other CL trades or GC trades. Can't stay below that level very long if it's going to take out that level. If it's going to take out the chart 2 level of 5551 or 551, can't stay down there long. Do I still have my... I hate on these trades where I'm on the bubble of being on the pivot area of the trade. Very annoying. All right. So now that momentum and bias has held on chart 2, do we believe it? I think we have to start believing it. Put a little risk on the table. Get in there before the pivot. I'm only in 45 lots. Come on, man. Hook me up. All right, there's a question here in the Discord, which is, wait, I thought I saw a question. Where did I see that question? Oh, there you go. What are your go-to areas if it keeps going up? Oh, 622. 612, 622. Between those zones is what I'm looking for. I was called earlier in the morning. Changed. Is this not level? Sorry. Talking to myself. I'm trying to get picked up from more lots, but it doesn't want to pick me up. Oh, jerk. GC is punishing us.
Order filled.
All right, now I'm in at 55 lots. And Q, I think we just kind of trail the rest of this position. Let's wait. Let's see what happens here at the RDA and the fast slow momentum check here. So we have 45 minutes left in the market. It might range in this area, but it might also just, so far, momentum and bias is long on all charts. So we're with momentum and bias here, but it could easily just do an impulse down, knock us out. But we'll see. It's a pretty good failure zone if it does want to fail here and roll over. It's also a great area for it to continue up, take out the high for the day. All right, we appear to be on the right side of this trade here. Let's put some trailing stops in the market. Up about 17 grand there. We're in 55 lots. Let's just do 5. That way we'll be alerted if we get knocked out. 250. Stop. See what happens here in this trade. So far, we'll see if momentum and bias hold here. Okay. Obviously, that was wrong. Salmon asks, is gold market goes down? That's what I'm trading. So I'm looking for the market to go down. My control on that chart is an RDA check down to 1963.
Stop filled.
Look at this. We're up somewhat there on this trade here, but now is it going to range in this mode? That's the problem. Too close on this trade.
Order filled.
Reversed at about 6 grand in profit. Let's see if I'm wrong there. Thinking I might hit the RDA. Could be wrong. Hold on. On the bubble of that trade, I see. Have to make a decision here.
Order filled.
There we go. I think it might hold the long side now, NQ. Mr. Pucci? Sorry, Mr. Pucci, I wasn't paying attention to the messages. Yeah, I flipped it again. Just burning through. I'm going to stick with the long, though. Well, we'll see. I might get out here. I'm going to put trailing stops in. It's either going to take me out of the loss or it's going to rip up. It's probably going to impulse down, take me out, then go up. I'm a little too heavy for this position here. We'll see. Oh, come on. Oh, dude. I don't have the dexterity to do this on this little piece of device here. All right. I hate this trading view. It's so friggin' annoying. To move my trailing stops, I have to cancel them and reset them. Such a stupid platform. All right, looks to be moving. That's great. There we go. I think it's going now. Let's give it a little bit more room. Bam, 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 bam. All right, move, dude. There we go. Now is it going to hit 622? That's the question. Is it going to hit 622? Or is it going to range out here? That's the question. Salmon, what about U.S. oil? Yep. That was loud. I'm trying to do two things at once. Friggin' A and Q. Piss me off. This trade, my entry's on the bubble. I mean, it's like right on the bubble, so it's just annoying sitting in this trade. I'm holding out for the larger move, but it might not come. But once again, we're focused on actions. We're not focused on anything else. Taking time out as a factor. Oil's the same thing for me. Looks to be at a high for short term. You can't drag and drop the stop loss on trading on Trade08. Doesn't work. Sierra chart, it works because Sierra chart's actually partially a trading platform that actually tries to actually understand how traders trade. It broke resistance. I do it all the time. You on Trade08, you move the stop loss and it moves. The trailing stop. I'm not talking about a fixed stop. Fixed stop, yeah, I know you can do that. Try it with a trailing stop loss. It doesn't work. You can't reset it. On Trade08, the Trade08 platform. Might be looking for a trade that doesn't exist here. Oh well. Sometimes that happens. Life in the big leagues. Yeah, I don't trade on TradingView. Yeah. No, I understand on TradingView on certain, yeah, that's a broker thing. I understand. So I get it. Certain brokers allow it on TradingView, but most brokers don't. Trade08, which I'm trading on, I'm not even using TradingView to trade. I'm just showing my trades on TradingView. Yeah, no problem. I mean, I know it's hard for someone just plugging in to see what I'm doing. Yeah, because TradingView only allows you to stream TradingView charts. They only want you to stream TradingView charts. So I stream primarily TradingView charts, but I trade on a different platform. Same with when I start trading on Sierra chart. What we'll be doing is probably connecting to a broker that connects to TradingView. How did I fuck this up? Sorry. I screwed up the mic here and I don't understand what the fuck I did. And I keep making loud ass noises. I apologize. Sorry, buddy. We're literally on the bubble this trade. Yeah, my charts, some people think my charts are busy. Sierra chart's awesome. So we did release the Rexdog Trade System Sierra chart. For alphas, there is an introductory offer to get started if you are interested. We do have a couple of people that jumped on board. So if you are interested in the Sierra chart, you can definitely jump on board with that. There is a learning curve with Sierra chart. All right, I've been extremely patient here, but one of the things I've been patient with is using chart 1 as my control and waiting for chart 1 to fail, which it has not failed yet on the strong momentum. Part of the challenge there is that my position is not that great as far as an entry. But we're going into the last 15 minutes of the market. No, Mr. Pucci, so oh, that sounds funny. We use what's called a 4-chart setup, and you're not seeing it because I can't stream it on TradingView because TradingView doesn't have tick charts. Even if TradingView had tick charts, which they say they're adding supposedly, I wouldn't. We use what's called a 4-chart setup. It's a combination of time and tick charts. Chart 1 of our 4-chart setup is the 5-minute chart. And you're seeing that. That's what I'm trading. So when I say chart 1, that is chart 1, but of course I'm showing 4 tickers here. On each one of these 4 tickers that you see on TradingView, I have a 4-chart setup here on my machine. I have 6 monitors here. And I'm trading the 4-chart setup in our system here locally. But I'm not streaming that, mainly because, once again, TradingView doesn't allow you to stream non-TradingView charts. Number 2, I can't stream all 4 chart setups for every ticker. And I'm not going to sit and explain the 4-chart setup every time. Plus, it would take me too long to explain it anyways in real time. It's something that you kind of have to look at and learn and develop. There we go. I was targeting for the first to raise the price on our training to $5,000. I have to get up tomorrow and decide whether or not we're going to do that. I might just do it just for the hell of it. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. We've been charging $9.97 for years, one-time fee. Because my goal is not necessarily, my goal isn't to make money off of it. My goal is to actually have you have a financial commitment that I think is strong enough that you're going to take it seriously. That's all I care about. If you're going to adopt my system, you need to take it seriously. Otherwise, why adopt it? Mr. Pucci says, you want help with the sales funnel? Sure, I'd be open to it. One of the things I'll share with you, though, is that I ran a multi-million-dollar direct sales digital marketing company, full sales cycle, from snail mail to follow-on mobile touch points and digital touch points. And I promised myself when I got into the trading realm that I wouldn't use my superpowers to market my system. But now that now that my nephew has joined, sure, Mr. Fucci, get in touch with me. Maybe we can talk. You know, I'm not going to do anything that's, put it this way, I'm never going to have, I don't want people joining the system that are not skeptical. I want people to be skeptical. There's never going to be testimonials on the site because testimonials are bullshit. Testimonials are meaningless. Whether or not you can take my trade system and trade with it, or someone else took my trade system and trade with it, and whether or not you can, is meaningless because you're a different entity. You're a different human being. You have different psychological makeup. So a testimonial makes you feel warm and fuzzy. I don't want you to feel warm and fuzzy joining my system. I want you to align with my way of thinking to self-select yourself. Self-select yourself that you see something of value in what we do here at Rex Dog Trading. After you've self-selected yourself, I still want you to be questioning. I want you to be a skeptic because you need to be a skeptic because what you need to do is you need to take the theory of the market that I'm giving you and you need to be so skeptical that you need to have the market prove to you that those theories exist and that that's something that you can actually trade and have an edge with. I care more about that than anything else. I care more about, that's why you just can't buy my system. I want to get a feel for the person on the other side to say, okay, look, does this person have the right mindset to even be worthy of us alphas spending time with them? I hate to say it that way, but that's the way it is. People will buy their real customers. And well, no, I know. I mean, look, the value and the time that I put into the system is worth more than 5K. It's much worth more than that. The access you get to me, the fact that an E-alpha at any time can pretty much go in the den or DM me and I'm going to respond to them in a relatively quick manner, sometimes right away, and explain their answer and ensure that they have their questions answered. That's why I say when you become an alpha, you become a peer. You don't become my student. You become a peer of me. You're not someone that I look at as when you become an alpha, I look at you as an equal. You just haven't got there maybe yet in skill level yet. Yeah, I'm open to having a conversation, Mr. Bucci, but I'll be upfront with you. What's the word I want to use? I'm never going to advertise. I mean, I could be a #1 trainer within 6 months if I wanted to. And I'm not saying that from arrogance. I just have the skill set to do it within the digital realm. I know how to do it. And then the only reason why I am right now is because my nephew is taking over the legacy of Rex Dog Trading and I have terminal cancer. So otherwise, if my nephew didn't come on board this time, my nephew didn't come on board, where I would be at right now is basically getting all of my thoughts and theories of the market out into a site that could continue the legacy. But then there would be an organization and someone responsible. Oh, no, you don't have to apologize, Mr. Pucci, not at all. It is what it is. So I don't mind. I deal with it. Going to the last 15 minutes of the market, 14 minutes of the market, we've got all our trailing stops are in profit. We're up about 16 grand. Really sticking with the CL trade to see if it's going to work out, but it looks like the momentum has shifted on chart 2 there. But if my nephew wasn't joining to take over the legacy, then the podcast, all this other stuff, I wouldn't have been doing it. I'd be working on wrapping up the site to get all of what I believe should be the legacy of rec stock trading, which I still think is one of the best speculation systems ever created. I think it will. I think the philosophy that we've developed here will stand the test of time, even through the artificial intelligence that's going to come in about 22 months. In about 22 months, 20 months or so, artificial intelligence is going to cause a ripple in the market that will be irreversible. And when that hits, a lot of algorithms, a lot of other things will not function because they will be offset by countermeasures, digital countermeasures, market countermeasures, capital countermeasures. But here's something I'm convinced of, I'm confident of. The system that you see me trading and the system that alphas have, it doesn't matter because the system reverse engineers momentum. And the reason why
Stop field.
it will be scary in 20 or 22 months when artificial intelligence gets to a point where the capital flow is controlled by things that people don't understand. It's almost at that point now. Is because the speed. Humans can't think at that speed. Here's the thing. The system thinks at that speed because the
Stop
system reverse engineers what's happening in capital flow. Well, I'm not maximizing any profit. I'm just seeing whether or not we can get one more spike up here on the NQ. I'm going to go flat on gold.
Order filled.
I don't know. I'll look at the P&L. Probably made about 45 grand a day. Should have been like 100 grand a day, but I messed around on a couple trades like an idiot. Why are you over there, buddy? Why aren't you in your spot? In your spot, man.
Stop filled.
So some might wonder where do I come up with that 20 to 22 months time frame on AI? I talked to a few people over the last week in the space
Stop filled.
that are in stealth, that are in
Stop filled.
the capital markets. You know, Mr. Pucci says, love to have a day like this, man. It's possible. Look, I show it every day. So it's not like these days are rare. They, well. I got too aggressive thinking we were going to hit the 622 area on the NQ and held the trade, didn't maximize any of my profit. Let's look at the GC trade, and then we'll probably call it a day. Anybody have any questions in the room? GC, I think we're going to hold this trade, see what happens. Hold it through settlement. We're in 15 lots, up about $1,400. Two things are going to happen here. You know, what's interesting on this GC trade is I actually look at the day here, and what I'm really playing against is that this weekly level and this key level here on the day is actually the pivot point for a recheck of momentum and bias and RDA check down here right around 1950. So what will decide that is, do we get a close above 1970? Close above 1970 would probably for me mean that we're going to hit the next 4-day level, which is roughly 2008. So my trade here is based on, okay, a move of roughly $16, $17 on GC, down to test momentum, bias, and maybe this week open, but I think it will fall short and probably test momentum and bias is what I'm looking for. We'll see though. 1970 is the key level there. So I released in the Alpha Den, you should see a link to the actual document for the scale in. So if you saw that, you can get access to the scale in document for the RDE scale in. And you know, I haven't, like I said, we secretly, I targeted the 1st of September to say that, hey, we're just going to change the price to 5K because we don't have everything in place that I wanted in place to do that. Namely, I want a proper front end of the sale of the sales site, of the rec stock trading site. I want, and I have it modeled out, I've mapped it out, I've built it already, I've already schemed it out and have it done. I want a proper explanation where someone can go to the main page of the rec stock trading site and scanning and through series of videos, a proper, for lack of a better word, a proper sales page, but I don't really want to call it a sales page. Because to me, what I want is, okay, you go to that page, and outside of obscure detailed questions, which will be in the FAQ, I want someone to walk away looking at that page within 2 to 15 minutes and get a good idea of what the rec stock trade system is about. And then as they can dive in deeper to each individual section, they have a full understanding of the theories and the concepts of what the rec stock system is. And then I'm satisfied that, okay, we've put our best foot forward as far as I don't have to try to explain the philosophy and the theory of the rec stock system. We've explained it from a core level, from someone not knowing anything to a full explanation. And there we have a sell-off there in the NQ. Look at that. And that's not in place yet. So the market didn't close yet. I should have been trading that. I still might trade this.
Order filled.
So there we go.
Order filled.
We'll shorted. There we go. Shorted it. Pretty obvious it was going to move down.
Order filled.
Took some profit off at the VWAP. It's probably going to keep moving down. Probably going to go tag the daily open, and then we're going to reverse and go long. So let's see if this happens. Not bad. Not a bad way to make another $5,000. Well, we're not locked in $5,000 yet. We just made 2,500. Let's short it again.
Order filled.
Short it up here. Short it up here. Let's short it up here. It's going to do one more impulse down. 5 minutes left in the market. Ah, look at that. You little bastard. Didn't add any more in my position. It's going to go one more impulse down, but I don't want to chase it. Come on. Pick me up. Spike up, pick me up, then sell off. That's all I want to see. You can do it. Oh, you're not going to do it, you little bastard. It's probably going to tag probably at a minimum 528, maybe. But if it really gets going, then it's going to tag 515. Let's not be that aggressive. There we go. Come on, 3 minutes. This next minute, it's going to either come up, pick me up, or it's going to break the 541 level and then go the next impulse down. From 541, it's probably going to hit 525 spot 50. Right here. 525 spot 50, probably right here. It's probably where it's going. 524 spot 50. Good enough. Stephen Gall says standards of practice and detail. No, what I mean by kind of like the site is I want like, and I guess I just want the rec stock. There's a philosophy, a theory of the market that if you're looking to join my system and you're becoming an alpha, you're looking to adopt my system and make it your own. I could do a much better job of explaining that on the website up front in short little snippets. So for instance, leading with it, it's a price action first strategy. It's a chart only strategy. It's based on momentum. It's based on bias. It's more than just a day trading strategy. I use it for swing trading, long and short term. I use it for portfolio building. I trade every market with it. Nothing changes in the system as far as indicators on every time frame. It works. And then, so it's not enough to just say that stuff. I mean, that's great. You can say that. But I need to then just provide an example or how that plays into it without overwhelming someone. Because the thing about my training that's different is that, yeah, it's based on indicators and it's based on trading charts, and it's has how do you enter, how do you exit, how do you manage trades. It has all the basic, but 50% of it is how to think about the market, how the market actually works, and which no matter what system you're developing, you would benefit from. So a lot of my training is agnostic to the system. And then because of that, my system is it is somewhat mindset training, but it's more. So for instance, the market, like if you weren't here earlier, I'm going to put in some trailing stops here. There's only two type of trades that you execute: momentum and fade trades. That's all that exists. You're either fading the market or you're trading with momentum.
Stop filled.
We got stopped out on volatility there. Close of the market. So if you're adopting my system, your fade trade is you're fading momentum. Or if you want to use the dirty word trend, you're fading the trend. And what defines a momentum is that your control chart. So for instance, let's take a portfolio trade. A portfolio trade is something where maybe a stock gives dividends and I want to add it to my portfolio, maybe have it hold long term. Well, on a portfolio trade, I'm going to be using longer term time frames. I might be looking at the monthly chart. I might be looking at the 3-month chart. Actually, I use charts. I use offset charts that provide more edge than like a monthly chart. Monthly chart is good, but there's a chart that you can use instead of the monthly chart that gives you better levels and better edge and has your indicators work better. So that's my control chart for that trade. And then whether or not momentum is long or short, So if I enter a trade and let's say that on that chart, price is below the momentum indicators and I go long, I'm actually fading the market on what would be called a reversion trade. A fade trade really is a reversion to the mean trade typically, but I'm fading momentum, meaning that I'm not going with the directional momentum. For whatever reason, I feel the best trade that exists on that ticker or that chart is to fade the momentum of the actual move instead of go with the momentum of the market, of the prevailing. Now, on another chart like the daily, now maybe why I make that decision is because let's say I'm looking at, let's say the 38-day chart. Let's say the 38-day chart tells me that I'm fading if I'm going long, but the daily chart has just switched over to momentum long and bias long, and there's room between those two charts. Well, because my control chart is a larger time frame, my overall trade is a fade, and this is hard without looking at charts, I understand. But one of the charts, the daily chart I'm using is one of the charts that I'm using is another is one of the reasons why I'm fading that market, if that makes sense. It should make sense. It's just hard to visualize without a chart in front of you. Well, let's see. Is my prediction going to come true by 1408? Not 1408. By 1608 market time, is it going to get to 15524 spot 50? I know it's hard to some things are hard to actually hard to visualize without seeing a chart. I just wanted to tag this level just so I'm right. I just, I don't care about making money. I just want to be right. Right. I got 5 minutes to be right, then I'm going to go flat on the NQ. And then call it a day. Unless people, does anybody have a question? I like the baseline chart. You didn't call it that. Yeah, I call it a control chart because a baseline chart doesn't make sense to me. A control chart makes more sense because it's the control of the trade. It's the thesis of your trade. Every trade that you execute should have a thesis as far as, so control chart. And then your control chart controls the momentum and bias of the trade. And then whatever charts, whatever things that you look at either support that trade or tell you where you should be mindful of risk in that trade. And then it's really simple. You're answering the 3 Qs, which is where is price coming from? Where does it want to go? How does it want to get there? And then when you're in a trade, it's really easy, which is you're answering 2 questions. What should happen and what shouldn't happen? That's all you're doing. You're just saying, okay, well, based on my trade system, if this trade on the long side should work out, then the daily momentum should not have 3 closes below the daily momentum. That shouldn't happen. Well, if that happens, then okay, you should consider reducing risk or say, look, okay, well, then this is proof that the momentum on the higher time frame is holding up, something along those lines, or it's an overshoot. And then, but you're always answering what should and shouldn't happen. And that's a moving target. All right, I'm going flat. it's not going to sell off.
Order filled.
I don't know what my P&L is today because I don't ever have it up or I can see it readily. But I'm probably somewhere around 40,000 or so. Should be much. I should have been triple that, but I did a couple bad trades today. Stuck with them a little bit longer than I should have. All right. So anybody, before we jump off, anybody have any questions? Anything? Other than that, I didn't plan to stream the whole day, but I did just had food down here, had other stuff, had Rex, set up a new mic, went through it. So I do look forward to seeing everybody here. I think I should be streaming tomorrow for part of the day. If you are interested in becoming an alpha, it's simple. Visit the website. There's a link that says get started now. You can send an email there. The other way that you can go about it is that you can join Discord and just send me a DM and say, how do I get started? And then I just like to ask a few questions just to make sure. Look, I'm very careful about, because like I said, you become an alpha. To me, you become a peer. You don't become a student. You become a peer. You become someone that is self-selected yourself to adopt the trade system that we're all adopting and make it your own and become an elite trader. That's your goal. You become an alpha because you want to be an elite trader. Doesn't mean you have to day trade. Maybe you want to be elite swing trader, elite portfolio trader. But you want to adopt as the fundamentals, the theory of the market that we develop here at RDTS. So, yeah. So, Mr. Pucci, you can join Discord, send me a DM, or you can email me at rexdogactual@rexdogtrading.com. You can also find that on rexdogtrading.com. Everybody else, I hope everybody had a great trading day. Hey, alphas, if you leave your, I will respond, or I will an alpha journal. So if you leave your trade journal in there, I'll go and look at it and I'll share my thoughts, share my feedback. And I appreciate everybody that's been here. Appreciate all the questions. Discord, you'll see down below. Yeah, thank you, Stephen Galt. It says join my Discord on TradingView. Just click that link. You can join Discord, or if you're somewhere else in the description, or just search for Rex Dog Trading, and then if you find the web, or when you find the website, which should come up, you'll see a link to Discord on the website. I'm probably going to add to, because I know not everybody likes. Well, we do have Telegram, and then I think the other thing that we'll do is I think I'll add an email option here, because I know people would like maybe a weekly roundup or something. I want to communicate with people and how they want to be communicated outside of social media. So I'm not really, we might go out there, but I no longer really care to participate in social media. All right, well, everybody have a great day. I haven't watched South Park in a while. Struggle bus at 583. That's right, Presser. All right, everybody, have a great night. Have a great rest of the day. I look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow. Everybody, hope you had a great trading day. I'll share my P&L in a little bit. Peace. We out. You say bye, Rex. He doesn't bark on command. That crazy dog.